too.
Yeah, indeed. We started the day after Thanksgiving and driving me crazy.
Yeah.
School Administrative Unit Number 12 in the Londonderry School Board today, December 14th, 2006 at 6:30. And if Brian Bulkey would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Brian. Before we start this evening, I'd just like to bring to everyone's attention, we often hear from Michael about what's going on at the school, and I just happened to catch an article in the education section of the Derry News, and I wanted to, I know it's unusual, but I wanted to compliment the writer for an extremely well-constructed, thoughtful article. And the writer is junior Ellen Stewart at the Londonderry High School. It's a professional article about the CAN drives and other political issues and how the students pull together to make sure that we take care of the needy in our community. So if you get a chance, she's a very good writer. This evening's meeting will be covering elementary schools, including Matthew Thornton, South School, North School, and Moose Hill. And we'll be switching because we got cookies, which are located up on this counter over here in case no one got a chance to get them. So that pushes food service. They get to leapfrog ahead of SPAD, and special education will be following food service, and then we'll do the district office late in the evening. So we'll begin these workshops.
Excuse me. I'm eating my
Let me see, it's high school, I'm sorry, elementary schools, Matthew Thornton is first on the list. Oh, sorry. Oh, you can ship that. North School, we'll start in the north end of town.
You don't mind.
I don't mind, and the superintendent can't talk with his mouth full, so. Great.
Thank you. First off, before I present the North School budget, then we'll present Moose Hill, I just wanted to once again thank the Londonderry School Board, the Budget Committee, and the Londonderry Building Committee. Again, our addition at North School is just an impressive piece of work that was done over the summer, and we're in our first year now in the addition, and everything is going extremely well. Playground was put in, and we just got some basketball hoops recently put in, and we're very excited. We actually had our 5th grade business fair today, and for the first time we actually could have all of our parents come in and not be crushed in the hallway of the portable. So it went very well, and again I want to thank the community, the school board for the wonderful addition we have at North School. In front of you have a summary sheet. The 4 of us, Linda, Bonnie, myself, and Carol, put together our elementary budgets, so you'll see similarities throughout. We do have a summary sheet that highlights our enrollment budget and increases and decreases in the 2007-2008 budget. First off, North School enrollment this year at 583 students. Next year we're projecting 553 students. As the board is aware, we have a lower than usual, probably the lowest that I've seen in my 9 years at North School, first grade. We're anticipating 82 students only in first grade as compared to 126 first graders that we have this year. And the basic drop of 30 students is due to the 5th graders. We have 112 5th graders. Them going out and the 82 coming in gives us that deficit of 30 students. Our budget this year was $107,064. Next year, the North School budget is set at $92,553, which is a decrease of $14,511, represents a 13% decrease in our building accounts. We do have 3 line items that show an increase at North School. In regular education supplies, we have a $294 increase, and our art materials shows a $178 increase. And the reason for those 2 increases has been the last 4 years we've had a budget that has not increased at all in these accounts, And we have found with our paper, paper has gone up approximately 45% in the last 4 years, that we felt that our last year number, we basically budget $51.50 per student. This year we budgeted it at $52 a student because we didn't want to be reduced in the supply account due to the increase in paper costs, and we find ourselves struggling at the end of the year. So that's why that cost is raised at $294 to keep up with paper, which also goes into the art department because obviously the paper, the construction paper, the tracing paper, and all the paper supplies that they use has also gone up. So therefore, that budget's up $178. And as Peter discussed when he talked about the lease on the usage of the copier, the North School number next year shows an increase of $2,794. Our budget line decreases are primarily in 2 areas. The first area is our regular education English language arts account. We are reducing that number by $11,520, and that is due to the implementation of the Scott Forsman reading program and the materials. As you know, we are getting the program next year, and we do not have to pay for those workbooks and consumables out of our own budget, so we reduced that line item by $11,000 to reflect that amount. We also have reflected a decrease of $4,000 in regular education learning materials, and this reflects the buy one, get one free incentive from the Scott Forsman math program that we had last year. We do not need to pay for the consumables this year or next year, so we'll keep this line item again next year in the same area. So that shows a $4,000 reduction. Also next year at North School, we will be seeing a personnel reduction. We will be dropping a classroom teacher and 1 3-hour instructional assistant, and that is due again to the low enrollments at first grade. We will be maneuvering people around, but it looks like next year we'll only need 4 first grade classrooms, so a reduction will be made in that area. When the new addition was put in, we had 27 classrooms. Last year, the building was completed in February. We used a full classroom for our reading program because that was one of the areas of need throughout the building project. This year, we didn't have the reading room because we added a 27th classroom. If you remember last year, the switch from a teacher at Matthew Thornton to a teacher at South to bring the class sizes down at the 3rd grade level. So next year, with the reduction of 1 teacher, we will have our reading room back again next year, and that's where that classroom and how that'll be used next year. Detailed numbers in our accounts are in my budget summary and also my executive summary. At this time, I'll answer any questions the board may have in regards to North School.
Questions from the board? Paul?
Hi, Rich.
Hi, Paul.
I want to ask you a couple questions about the class sizes and coverage plan for next year.
Right.
As I understand it, it looks like you're saying in the text here that if you end up having a bit of a surge in first grade attendees, the cutoff is around 22 and a half kids. At that point, you're saying we need more coverage in teachers.
Mm-hmm.
So what's provided here is 26 teachers in total.
Correct.
If the numbers turn out exactly as we see them here, as September approaches, then would you plan to deploy what we see here?
Yes, we would.
Okay.
The issue, Paul, and the asterisk there at 4th grade was if we needed an additional first grade teacher, we would take it out of 4th grade.
Okay, so that in that scenario, you would then end up with 5 teachers at first and go from 6 to 5 teachers in 4th.
That's correct.
Okay. So here's my question. That all makes sense to me to a point. Certainly we want coverage in first grade that's adequate, and you're not going to know till September approaches where you're going to be at. And I certainly would want to see that coverage at first grade too.
Yep.
And it looks like you would be able to cover 4th grade still with 5 teachers which would give you I guess a little under 25 students for the class. And that's level with, I think, what South School
Correct.
is planning.
Yes.
So I guess my question is, unless something surprising happens in fourth grade, why couldn't we live with 5 teachers in fifth grade in any event?
5 teachers in fourth grade?
I'm sorry, in fourth grade, right?
At this point, we looked at the numbers and we tried to be equitable across the 3 schools in terms of the numbers. That was one of the struggles that we had. What we didn't want to have is, class sizes at Matthew Thornton at 19 in fourth grade and North School at 25 or 26. So we tried to be consistent across the board with what our numbers were. We feel that at 21 in fourth grade, that certainly is a very, very good number for our fourth grade classes. It is pretty much consistent, with Matthew Thornton, and I know South will have a few more kids in their class this year because of their reduction in staff. Could we live with 24 or 25 in fourth grade? We could. We obviously would prefer to have 22 in fourth grade and reduce those class sizes. Obviously, if we got a few more kids at the fourth grade level, we'd be up over 25. So we were a little concerned about that, and that was our rationale there. I tend not to think that we're going to have 92 students in first grade next year. And hopefully we wouldn't make that decision in September. We hope we'd make it before the teachers left in June, because I have to put together 2 different scenarios, one with 5 teachers in first and one with 6 teachers in fourth. So I'd have to make 2 separate lists.
Well, I'd certainly like to think, and probably I would expect the other board members would, that if you had surges in more than one grade,
Correct.
you'd come to us and say, hey, we need some further help.
Yes.
But I guess that's the one thing that concerns me. I'm not exactly sure what the right number is, if it's 24.8 or 20.7, and I certainly look to you and your peers for guidance on that. But what I'm concerned about is parents at North School having a great student-teacher ratio in fourth grade, and
Right.
parents at South School having not as great a.
Right.
And I would be looking for some equity there.
Sure. Yep, I agree.
Thank you, Steve.
George, I'm going to ask you a question to Paul's question, since you have a 100% planning board attendance, or nearly so. Any construction plans in the north side of town that would affect this enrollment?
There are the Sanborn Road apartments, and I'm looking at Mary because Mary sits on the planning board. Those Sanborn Road apartments, those are open housing, correct? So that's 90, I want to say 93 or 96 units, which would be obviously on Sanborn Road, literally right next to North School. So there's potential there in the future, probably the not-so-distant future, in my estimation,
I think the.
of a potential there in that area.
And I think the planning department uses a formula of .1 or .2, so you're probably only talking 9 to 18 students.
Well, their formula, I think, says I think it's .8. 0.8 kids per house.
I think for an apartment, it's.
Oh, apartment.
It's down in the low digits.
All
It's
right.
.2, .3. Okay.
So yeah, assuming that those numbers are right, you're looking at 18 kids in 96 apartments that are being geared for families with younger kids. So I think those ratios are flawed.
Peter?
The other area with the Mill Pond project still hasn't been fully developed, and I believe there's about, something about 80 houses, I thought, over a period of 5 or 6 years still to go.
Right.
Now,
I didn't know about
houses
that
are the
one.
.8 or
Yeah.
1.2.
Right.
1.2.
So there is certainly some potential in the not-too-distant future for some growth at North.
Zach, I'd like to ask you, I'm going to ask you this question. I won't bother the other elementary principals with it. In 2008, you intend to fund the elementary school for $92,553. Can you explain to the community how in the world you can educate 553 students for under $100,000?
As the board is aware, some of our curriculum items and larger kinds of budget items, i.e. the implementation of a math program, the implementation of a reading program, social studies textbooks at the 4th and 5th grade level, come out of the all elementary curriculum account. The $92,000 is the money that we use in our school to pretty much run the day-to-day operation of the school. And that includes the postage, the supplies, the curriculum areas that we don't cover with our all elementary account. So this year, we, again, took a look at what was being covered through the programs, and we made some reductions within our account because they were being covered in another area. So that's why we showed that 13% decrease at North School and across the elementary schools.
And it might have been a trick question, and employees and benefits,
Yes.
and but they're in another account. That's all. I just wanted everyone
Yep.
to know when
Yep.
we discuss the numbers. Questions for the budget committee? Tom?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Tom, we need a microphone.
Oh, you know what,
Tom?
Tom, we're gonna need a microphone.
Microphone?
Michael, yeah, if you could shift that one and shift the other one, that'll.
Page 133.
Yes, sir. Pretty much. Regular ed, special education, that includes the whole gamut of things. That's postage, actually, I'm sorry, that's postage, yep,
Yeah. Sorry.
that's okay.
Is that kind of like a newsletter? Is something like-
It could be, letters to parents regarding IEPs. They could be class letters to parents that we would have to indicate to parents. If there was a teacher that was out for a few weeks due to illness, which we've had a lot of lately, we would send mass mailings home to all the kids. And we had to do a letter to the entire school. We mailed it out. We would use that.
Other than letters that are specifically directed to certain parents, is the bulk of this the cost? Generalized mailings, it's the same thing that goes the same. Why can't that be put either on a website or so that people can get that?
I think some of the, and that's a good point, some of the mailing, some of the things could, if they are general informational kinds of things, which we would really try to do. If they are personnel kind of things or personal things to individual students or kids, we wouldn't obviously want to, privacy.
Yeah, and Tom, one of the other things, and I mean, we talk about this a lot on the communications group. One of the other issues is not everybody has access to the internet.
No, I realize that, but
So-
I'm sure a lot do, and I know that the.
Absolutely.
I know that the, what is it, the Good News Bear, that gets published, they've tried to minimize the amount of printing by finding that, with families that have 2 or 3 kids in the school, they give it to the youngest kid. So they usually are responsible.
I was gonna say, they assume the youngest is the most responsible, which in most instances is the
So
case, yeah.
it's just that, I realize that not everybody
Yeah.
has it, but, many do, and why are we subsidizing that? I mean, why are we spending money to do stuff that probably a lot of people don't want anyway, because they would prefer to get it if they have access? Because they can get it from anywhere, at work.
Yeah, well, actually, one of the items that we surveyed out at Old Home Day was also, how do you want to get the information? And one of the most popular, I don't see Sue out there, but one of the most popular, if I'm not mistaken, was getting it in, the mail. And I know one of the things that we've done, just on a district level, is the Insider Press is no longer mailed out. That's now part of your Londonderry Times on a monthly basis when that comes out. So those are the kind of things that I think that, I'm not arguing with you. What I'm trying to say is I think that we look at every opportunity that we can, but the important thing is getting the information out to the individuals and ensuring that we know they got it. They may not understand it, they may not read it, but, we're comfortable that they've received that information.
Okay. I just have one other question.
Before we move to that question, to the other question on the internet, actually, our last, or one of our budget sessions, a question from the Budget Committee stimulated me to go speak to the staff. And 3 years ago, we did a survey about internet, percentage of internet access. And it was interesting because the students were asked if they had a computer at home, and they were asked if, and it was part of this survey that indicated that many times they would answer they had a computer at home, and even if it was on the shelf and not plugged in or didn't work anymore, they would answer they had a computer at home. And I think at that time it was 40 or 45% of the students that were surveyed had access to the internet, which I thought was surprisingly low. And I asked Sue about this, and I indicated that would be an interesting number to know again. I believe that we would see it surprisingly high. So, to your point, I think that's, if we can find out how many of the parents and students have actual internet access, that would be a good bit of information. On that point, Mike, or?
Yeah, on that point.
Sure.
I'm like you, Steve. The data that I've seen regionally and nationally ranks New Hampshire as one of the highest states with internet access, and Rockingham County the single highest. So the data that you just said,
Which is 3 years old.
flies in the face of what I think is accurate. I filled out that survey. I'm with Tom. I think we're in the 80% range in terms of our town. So I'm really surprised that we don't move in that direction, and I'd be really surprised if the percentages are that low in this town.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't jive with the data we're seeing for Rockingham County.
Mm-hmm.
So.
One more thing on that.
Sure. And I knew so Sue must have been watching. And Sue has been tasked with finding out what that percentage is, which I think would help us with this. So, and Paul.
Yeah, and I don't know if Sue had anything else to say on that, but it makes me think of another angle of this thing, not the postage so much, but the labor. In doing those newsletters, which I definitely think are valuable, is there much labor on the part of office staff, Rich, to put those things together? And prepare them
depending
for
on
mailing?
depending on what it is. If it's a school-wide thing, yes. If it's a teacher-wide thing, no, because the teachers send it home with the kids. So the teachers generally take care of that on their own.
Okay, so if it was a school-wide newsletter that might go out every week or 2 weeks or what have you, and you've got to prepare 500 copies and get them to the post office, is that something that might take, say, half of a man-day to put together?
In some cases.
Okay, so that kind of adds up too, as
Yeah.
opposed to putting it right on the internet. Okay.
Tom, you had another question?
Yeah, just on your, Rich, on your overall budget for the Office of Principal, you seem to be consistently at about half of what you get budgeted. In the last 2 years, it looks like that.
In some cases, I think all of us tend to be a little bit conservative as we get toward the end of the year, and sometimes we'll, be afraid a little bit to spend the money that we need. We want to keep it in our accounts and make sure we have it. It's more of, I think, us being conservative with certain things. Sometimes we can use a particular account, for example, between supplies and our learning materials. Sometimes that crisscrosses, so there might be more money taken out of learning materials than supplies. And then again, it depends on the paper usage in our supply accounts, and it depends on, for example, one year we spent $1,500 on a science project that was web-based. It was called the Jason Project, and it was a program that we had budgeted for. And then we found out that around February, March, the program had to be canceled due to some issue online, what have you. So those kinds of things we don't know that's going to happen until the very end. But I think all of us try to look at our budgets, and we don't, in some cases, we try to underspend them because we don't want to go over. We don't want to get the wrath of the district office. So, good question, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Tom, especially with the elementary schools, there may be times when the assistant superintendent is doing a project that involves all three of them, and so they're holding back in individual buildings, and he's going ahead doing money for learning materials or whatever. So you don't see that, there's no documentation, there's no link to that, but that has happened a couple of times where we've done stuff through the assistant superintendent's budget, and every building held, not a buck, but I'm saying money in their own individual accounts. But you don't see that, there's no link to that.
One of the things that the principals have been really good at is holding off on spending that money. So giving you an example, last year, for appropriate purposes, Rich overspent his educational learning materials for a whole variety of reasons. So the first place we tend to go are the discretionary administrative accounts. So, for instance, we'll overspend the instructional material line, knowing full well that, okay, we'll make a decision instead of going to the 2 conferences that Rich had decided he was gonna go to in April and May, we don't spend that money to cover the cost of the overage on the learning materials. And the administrators do that on a regular basis.
So the question I have is, if you overspend in another area,
Yeah.
and you make it up from the office of the principal, does it show on the office of principal actual budget, actual expenditure line?
No, what it will show up as is, and let me give you an example. If you go to page 172, you'll see on last year actual for North School General Ed learning materials, had overspent that line. He had budgeted $16,415, and the actual expenditure was $18,837. So roughly $2,000 more. So what we'll do is we'll show an over expenditure on that line and the under expenditure on the office of the principal. I task the administrators with maintaining their bottom line, making sure that bottom line is black. They have some flexibility on materials and the other things to make judgments based on particular student needs. Though at one account that is sacrosanct and they have to get absolute positive permission from me is the textbook account. If the board remembers several years back, the board said you can't, in essence, spend that money for anything else but textbooks. But the other accounts, they have latitude. So for instance, we may have some turnover in a particular school and have to buy additional consumable workbooks for students. That'll come out of the instructional supply line, and I'll allow the principals to overspend it. So if they don't overspend their bottom line, that's okay. And what they tend to do is notify us that they're gonna have to overspend line X or line Y, and then they tell us they're gonna be covering it from their administrative travel account or their other account.
Couple things, Tom. In the old days, and I mean the old days, like early 80s or whatever. And
Sorry, Reed.
But some of what a lot of the towns and school districts would do would be, let's say on June 29th, they'd do like hundreds of journal entries. And what they're doing is that they would take budget lines that you're discussing, and they would match them up to the year expended. So I'll use Rich for example. He under-expensed his supply line by $1,000, just making it up. And he overexpended his learning material by $1,000. Anita on June 29th would do a budget adjustment, taking money out of supplies and showing it the learning materials. So you'd see at the end of the year, the budget of $1,000 and expenditure of $1,000. We don't do that anymore, because what Nate and I and the ad council want to do, and I think the board wants to do, is see those lines that we either did well in budgeting or went under or over, and usually there's reasons why we're under and over. And on a quarterly basis, as part of my financial report, I give like a line, like a table, and it gets longer as the year goes on. As to some of the major accounts for discretionary funds that have gone either over or coming under. So we know, I'll say, for example, North School's going over on supplies by $5,000 because A, B, C, D, and we expect to get the money from Y or whatever.
Okay.
If you turn to page 395, just an example, as I was mentioning earlier, you'll see the assistant superintendent's account, and his bottom line number for the year went over budget. And I don't know exactly what happened, but I know that there was some monies being pulled from the various elementary schools that help cover that like bottom line overage. So unfortunately, as you're saying, there's no trail.
Okay, all right. But your bottom line per department
Right.
or building or something
Right.
like that is, okay.
Okay, thank you. Moose Hill, Bonnie?
Moose Hill this year has 301 students enrolled, and with a projected enrollment next year of 300. Our budget, our current year budget is $60,240. Our projected budget is $58,378. The difference is $1,862. The areas of decrease are the regular ed repair maintenance, $3,008. Regular ed learning materials, $4,000 again, as Rich said, in anticipation of adopting a new core reading program. Regular ed kindergarten supplies, $571 decrease, and that's because last year we had a projected enrollment of 325. This year we've dropped that to 300, so that changes that figure because it's based on projected enrollment. Regular ed new equipment, $1,266 decrease. And the areas of increase, again, the same as Rich had explained, the Office of Principal postage. The difference there is because of the postage meter and the lease agreement with that, and the same thing with the copier, $5,952, because there is a new lease agreement with one of the copiers coming to Moose Hill School. So that's pretty much, and the same reasons that Rich gave in terms of how that changes based on enrollment. Any questions?
Questions from the board? Budget Committee?
Yeah, and actually, it's a question for both Rich and Moose Hill, and I apologize if I missed this during the first meeting when personnel was covered. I had to leave, so I'm not sure where the conversation went, but just a general question from the observations I've seen from the budget so far. For the principal's office, Rich, and then also for the coordinator position in Moose Hill, there's both an administrative assistant, which looks like it's a full-time school year position, and then there's a part-time clerical assistant for the principal and also the coordinator. And I was wondering what the extra assistant would be doing, what's the need, why is there more than one administrative assistant in those situations?
At Moose Hill specifically?
Well, both schools.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
Okay,
why don't
at
you go?
Moose Hill, there's one administrative assistant and one clerical assistant. There is not one for the special ed coordinator at Moose Hill. Our administrative assistant is a 7-hour-a-day position, and the clerical assistant is a 6-hour-a-day position.
Right, I see that, yeah. I'm just wondering why more than one?
Why more than one?
Yeah.
With 400 students between kindergarten and LEAP, there's a variety of tasks that come up, especially since we have a lot of first-time parents. There's a lot of parent flow through the office, a lot of needs of meeting those parents, explaining the school, meeting and greeting. We have a large volunteer population at Moose Hill. At that age, parents like to be involved, and we probably have 30 to 40 parents that go through our building every day, just volunteering in different ways. That's a big component of what the secretaries do, as well as just the day-to-day attendance and phone calls. And we tend to get a lot of phone calls at Moose Hill, people wanting to know exactly what's happening with their children. There's just a lot of that extra time with the little ones.
Also, Mike, at the elementary schools, and I'm sure Carol and Linda would reiterate, that second secretary is primarily responsible for attendance. Attendance is not only just, teachers will obviously take attendance and send their attendance down to the office, but that secretary will update all the records each day of attendance. We'll go on the telephone and listen to maybe 30 to 35 messages from parents whose kids are absent. And then those parents that do not call need to be called back, and we try to get back to them before 9:30, 9:45, because in the event that somebody is really not supposed to be, or supposed to be in school and is not at school and not at home, we want to get on that right away. So between those hours, that secretary is primarily entering data in the SMS system and making sure that all kids are safe, all kids are at school, and all kids are out and knowing that they're out. Also generating attendance records for myself and all the classroom teachers on a regular basis to keep up with attendance. The district did put in an attendance policy last year, and we're trying to hold to that and make sure we monitor that on a weekly basis. Generally, the second secretary answers phone, takes inquiries, receives mail, outgoing and ingoing, handles mailings, works with our PTA on a variety of activities that are going on in the school. Another area that they do is they welcome volunteers. They are our first responders to people entering the building. So when somebody enters the building, that front desk secretary is right there and able to make sure that they have their visitor passes and check in and what have you. They coordinate staff schedules. They record dismissal notes. Probably from 2 to 3, they're handling not attendance anymore, but now they're handling dismissals. Students that are being dismissed, students being dismissed early. We have to record a dismissal list so we know exactly who's leaving early and, if they're going home on the bus, if they're going home with a parent, if they're going home to a daycare. That is a huge area, especially in today's world where kids are not just going home every day after school. So that secretary has a variety of functions.
You both mentioned volunteers, and that was kind of my thinking as well. Do volunteers ever perform these types of duties?
Some they do, and we have tried to incorporate volunteers now into our emergency greeting at the front door, where we try to keep a volunteer, if they're available, to kind of monitor the goings in and goings out of adults in the building, workers, parents, etc. The problem is, Mike, sometimes parents are always not there, and they generally wouldn't call us if they were not coming in, just because. So you end up with a lot of holes there. So you can't really count on the volunteers, but they certainly serve a purpose.
Okay.
And do a nice job for us.
All right, last question, and I'm not picking on you two, you just happened to be here when I came in.
Next year, Linda and Carol are going first.
No, because I'm going to ask the same
That's
question
fine,
when they
that's
get up. And I'm just using your example, Rich, because it's right in front of me.
Sure.
So the assistant principal has an office assistant, and the SPED coordinator has one, and then you have an administrative assistant, which makes sense. And I was just wondering, would those 3 full-time assistants not be able to absorb that 3 hours amongst the 3 of them? That from a business standpoint, you look at it and say, geez, I see that at work all the time, that you can absorb that many hours across other full-time positions.
Mike, I think there's a little confusion. The additional 3 hours of secretarial time is for Moose Hill, not for North School. At Moose Hill, there's just 2 secretarial positions right now, not 3. That's why we're looking to put that 3 additional hours into Moose Hill, because of the number of special education students that we have there. Not only do we have upwards of 61 special ed students in the LEAP program itself, we also have somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 special ed students in the kindergarten program. So right now, we are piggybacking some of that special education clerical work among the existing clerical staff, but with new federal regulations regarding the records that we have to keep for preschool students, plus the new state reporting system regarding special ed students. We are finding that we're using more and more professional time to do clerical work when they would be better spent interacting with students and parents and providing instruction. So that's the reason for the 3 hours. The 3 hours that we have requested be transferred down to Moose Hill for the special education purposes are 3 hours that we are taking from Matthew Thornton. So reducing Matthew Thornton clerical time by 3 hours, transferring that to Moose Hill, because that right now is the only facility we have that special education doesn't have, if you want to call it, designated clerical support. And we're just finding that the paperwork and the record keeping and the filing is becoming so significant that it is negatively impacting the professional staff's ability to really focus in on what we want them to focus in on. That's working with the students and working with the parents and developing the IEPs. And in addition to that, because we have our preschool program, there is an immense amount of clerical work and follow-up that goes with the child check. So we wind up doing child check. We're required to do child check for all youngsters that I believe begin to turn 3, is it? So there's there's contact with area physicians and area agencies in making sure that we have identified or we are aware of youngsters in that age category that have the possibility of handicapping conditions. So we've got it all through the year with scheduling assessments and testing for them and follow-up, and there's an enormous amount of paperwork that goes along with that. So in our assessment and looking at the balancing of clerical needs based on what we see as our necessary response by the school district to meet both federal, state, and what we perceive to be expectations of the community, transferring 3 hours of clerical time from Matthew Thornton and assigning that 3 hours of clerical time to the LEAP program to supplement some of the clerical time that the Moose Hill people are already doing with special ed would be money well spent and would in effect be a more efficient and effective operation.
What I was referring to, Nate, is the nice charts you put show, not picking on you, Rich.
No.
Show an administrative assistant and then an additional 3-hour clerk. So I was asking, can these 3 full-time assistants absorb the 3 hours of that person? That was my question.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I have the wrong school? I gave a great explanation, though, I thought. Are you looking at North School?
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Which
each
is
of
why
the
I'm
schools.
saying I'm not picking on Rich,
Yeah,
but it's
Right,
his
no.
school.
Yeah, that additional 3 hours, again, is, in terms of taking the 2 secretaries, with the functions that they have right now, some of the, quote, clerical things that need to be done on a daily basis, I think would impact the 2 secretaries, especially the fact that the administrative assistant is doing a lot of work with the SMS system and, putting in budgets and our budget requests and what have you. And to have to do those additional 3 hours each day would certainly take away from something else. The 3 of us, actually the 4 of us, put together some duties and things of clerical assistance. So let me just read a couple of things. And again, the jobs at each of the schools may be a little different depending on the level of skill of that particular person. For example, the administrative assistant may be doing something at one school that the office assistant may be doing at another school due to their level of ability and skill. But things like checking in supplies, again, the answering the phones, when the secretaries are at their desk doing the attendance and doing something else, the phone, the phone rings during the day, that person is responsible for that. Also, at the end of the day, during that 2 to 3 time, that clerical assistant is monitoring the hallways and making sure that kids get home safely and kids get home with the right parent and the right adult and get on the buses and what have you. Things that happen during the school day, provide coordination among the custodial staff, amongst the nurse, all those things that go on, that 3-hour person is very busy for those 3 hours. It certainly would impact, Mike, the daily tasks, I guess, of the administrative assistant and the office assistant.
Yeah. I mean, just,
Therefore, some things may not get done in a timely manner that, we'd like to do and we have been doing.
yeah, and I'd like my thought process to be taken in the right context.
Sure,
As a budget
exactly.
committee member,
Yep.
I'm kind of looking for ways that we can streamline an operation, whether it's a town department, a school department, to try to come up with an end result that the community of taxpayers see as some movement towards the areas that are very costly in both budgets. And it seems like, personnel drives both of the budgets, so if there's any opportunities to kind of streamline, I'd like it to be looked at. That's why my line of questioning. Thanks.
Thank you.
And Mike, to your point, we did already cover personnel in the personnel section. However, when we covered the personnel in the personnel section, we warned the superintendent that each and every time he has an organization come forward that has a personnel increase, they need to re-explain it in their own words and justify it to us. We had some quite spirited discussions in the other room, the other budget night, about additions and where those funds would come from. So I appreciate you bringing it up. And just a reminder to every organization that comes forward, just be ready for that and to discuss the personnel that you're looking to add, even if it is an exchange, because it is the most expensive item in our budget.
Yeah. I wasn't referring to ads, though.
Well, no, actually, it's good you pulled it out because
Yeah.
I forgot.
Thank you.
And
No
anything
more
else?
cookies for Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
No,
No,
I had 2 chocolate frosted donuts.
Thank you.
Yeah, by the way, the Budget Committee, there is free coffee in the lobby, or anybody else.
That's why we bought it.
And the cookies. Zach, if you wouldn't mind passing along their, just so we can get name tags, I'd just like the cameras at home to be able to know everyone that's talking. Thanks, Bonnie. And
I was a little late.
Gee, Matthew Thornton in South School, I'm really sorry, but Zach used all your time up.
Thanks, Rich.
I'll tell you later, Zach.
That's yours.
He's got his book in the car.
employees all did.
It's in the car.
The surgery's tomorrow, not today.
Okay, well, I will start with South School, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the
You
school
should be
board for their
drinking.
continued interest and support of the educational process at South School. And we appreciate the opportunity to participate in the planning of the projected building proposal, and of which there will be a warrant for the architectural and engineering fees on the ballot. We have two programs that are a little different from the other schools, so just highlight those. One thing that both Carol and I are doing, and Rich will be doing shortly, is the PBIS program, which is Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports. It has a small impact on the budget. We spend about $2,000 a year on recognition certificates and stickers, and an online data system that records the behavior reports. Our students have shown exceptional growth in learning to be respectful, responsible, and safe. They transition quickly and quietly, and their listening skills have improved, and these changes have resulted in a better learning environment at South School. Another thing that's different is that we house the EBD program, which is the Emotionally Behaviorally Disordered program we call Program for Success at South School. It's a very effective program due to the masterful skills of our EBD teacher and her assistants. We have 9 students that participate in the program at this time, and 6 response to intervention students that we're monitoring through the program. So those are some differences. We appreciate Rich explaining most of what our budgets are about. This year, in FY 2007, our South School budget is $129,836. Our enrollment was projected to be 624. We're about at 620 right now. For FY08, projected budget is 11,000. No.
That sounds good.
How do I read
Excellent.
We'll take it.
100.
You're done.
One-
There you go.
Good job.
Thanks, Linda.
$111,637 for a projected enrollment of 616 students. This is a difference of 18,199, which is a 16% decrease. I'll explain what the increases and decreases are. In regular ed supplies, as Rich explained, we increased that to $52 per student, so that was an increase of $2,046. I'm not in the habit of reading numbers, so. The next was art supplies. We projected $5 per student, so that went up to $236. We're adding a postage machine, and that was an additional $1,328, and in my budget is an increase of $1,500 for conference and mileage for the principal, because this would be my year to go to the national conference. We trade off each year, and next year will be in Carol's budget. Decreases are those in repair and maintenance of $1,950. Lease usage copier, a decrease of $549. Language arts learning materials, a decrease of $14,520. And as Rich explained, that is an impact of the core reading program for grades K to 4. And in general ed learning materials, a decrease of $4,000, and that's the impact of the 2-for-1 in the workbook line for the math workbooks. In replacement equipment, it's a decrease of $2,290. However, it appears somewhere else in the budget, and that would be in the capital lease program. As far as personnel, we're reducing our staff by 2 full-time classroom teachers, 1 3-hour classroom assistant, and 1 2-hour classroom assistant.
Questions for Linda? Budget Committee? Oh, sorry, Paul?
Linda, let me ask you a related question again on teacher staffing. As we mentioned, pointed out earlier, you're, the one grade where you're down to 5 teachers for next year is 5th grade.
4th grade.
Sorry, 4th grade. 5 teachers in 4th grade. What do you consider the tipping point where you'd want to come back and say, gee, it looks like we're going to have more than we thought, and we might need another
It would, well, 25 per class, that would be the
25?
tipping point.
So you're right at the edge.
We're real close, we're at 24.8.
Okay, so another angle on this too is if, for instance, Rich's projections turned out right on the money, and you got an extra 5 or 6 students in that grade, then conceivably maybe that teacher would need to come to you, that extra teacher. I guess, sounds like there's a further conversation we would want to have about this down the road, depending on how things work out.
Thank you for noticing that.
Okay, thanks.
Budget committee questions? Tom?
It's not a question to the principal, but actually to the board, and it goes back to what I brought up with North School on mailing. Instead of doing a survey of the entire district, is it possible for the school department to pick a school and use it as an experiment and say, we're going to put things online here, and we'll work out the problems we have with people who don't have access to the internet, and we can see people like it, don't like it, it's not going to work. And, you know, you've got 3 schools you could pick from, just at the elementary level, and you could see what it's like. Instead of getting a survey, analyzing the results, you can have an actual live test.
Our Library and Media Services seems to think that's a great idea. Okay, well, we have 4 or 5 more of these meetings, so we'll hear more about it in the future. I think that's good. Great idea. Tom, or Mike?
Yeah, Linda, similar question that Rich just answered in terms of the, whether the other administrative assistants, whether you have the same situation where your 4-hour clerical, where those hours are such that it couldn't be absorbed. Is it similar to what Rich was talking about in terms of the need for that extra person?
The duties are similar, they might be a little different. Our 4-hour assistant concentrates all day, a very focused day of doing attendance, making the phone calls, and coming up with a dismissal list. Without that focus, so she certainly answers phones and does the triage kinds of things. But when that person is out, it's quite a burden on the other 2 assistants, administrative assistant and office assistant, to pick up the job of that 3-hour assistant. Other things are put aside for the day because they have to do attendance, the calls, and the dismissals.
Do you have, just like I asked for Rich, do you have parent volunteers who do clerical type things at all, or is that just not, is that not like a normal?
We have intermittent help
Yeah.
in that respect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Linda. Carol?
I guess it's my turn. I'm happy to present the budget for the Matthew Thornton School for the 08 school year. And this year, we're especially proud of the job that we're doing for the children in our school. Our new PAWS behavior program, similar to Linda's PBIS, has helped us all to focus positively on the great work that our students have achieved academically, socially, emotionally, and physically. The staff that we have are fortunate to have individualized instruction for the students. In many cases, we have a multitude of small and large group learning opportunities. This year, we also started the Friends 2 program, and it certainly does help the district with some significant students who otherwise might have to be outplaced. So, and it has just performed beautifully. I think the best thing I could do would be encourage each of you to take time out to come and visit and just see firsthand some of the wonderful things that are going on. Because of our new reading program, we've worked hard to carefully keep all of our expenditures at a minimum. We know that we're asking a lot of the voters, and we've responded by lowering all the accounts as much as we can. Due to dropping enrollments this year, we've also eliminated 2 classroom teaching positions. This allows our enrollment numbers in grades 1, 2, and 3 to stay at 19 to 20, and our classes in grades 4 and 5 will be 23 to 24. We've been very fortunate to have everyone's support over the past years, and we certainly look to continue that as we improve what we do on an annual basis. Our budget last year was $154,198, and we currently have 736 students. This year, or for next year, we're projecting 713 students. So we're looking at a 23 student decline once again. So our budget is going to be $127,682. And that, again, is similar increases and decreases to North School, South School, and Moose Hill. They all seem to be in the same basic areas, so I won't go through all the numbers because I'll stumble over them, and I'll just not do that. And as far as our personnel reductions, once again, and this is the, I think, second or third year in a row that we've gone through this, because we have had some dropping enrollments. Although we still are the largest elementary school in town, we will be once again eliminating several positions, 2 full-time classroom teachers, as I mentioned, 2-hour classroom assistants, there'll be 2 of them. And for the second year in a row, we are eliminating some of our clerical time. We had, at one point, I think 10 years ago when I started in administration, we had just under 1,000 students. And so we had the staff in the office to support that. We have been dropping. Last year, we did drop 4 hours of clerical time. This year, we're dropping 3 hours of clerical time. So we really are trying to reflect appropriate staff to our enrollment. The one thing that I think hasn't been mentioned is that although we can use parent volunteers for a lot of tasks, there's always a confidentiality issue that's involved with school, and that's one of the things where we hesitate to just put volunteers on. We'd rather have employees doing that. Any other questions that I can answer?
Go ahead, Paul. I was going to call on you before you raised your hand, and I missed it.
Hi, Carol.
Well,
Also on the teacher coverage, last year I recall the decision was made to keep the, I want to say 4th grade level at a certain level, a little higher ratio than the others because of the high degree of special education needs. It looks like this time around, or with that cohort going forward into 5th grade, the feeling is that we can do with still drop the number of teachers, or this time we can drop the number of teachers. Has something changed?
well, we're working miracles with all of the students, but I think that due to the needs, as the students progress through the grade levels and as they become more comfortable with routine, we work to teach them in different groupings. And I think with the way we have our special ed staff set for 5th grade, that we would prefer to have them in a smaller number of classes, just so that the SPED teachers can provide support. So we did talk about that, but I think we're ready to make that change now. We greatly appreciated having the extra classroom this year, but I think they're ready now to move into one less section.
Good, good. So that was the right decision last year, and this is the right decision this year.
Hopefully, yes.
Steve, I also had a question at Matthew Thorne about the custodial coverage. Do you want me to wait on that till Chuck's turn at bat, or?
trying to get a high sign from Chuck or not. We're gonna have a question on, custodial, Matthew Thornton. Would you rather wait and, rather than have Carol address that, we'll address that? Good. So we'll cover that on December 19th. Thank you. Any questions, Budget Committee? I didn't get a chance to welcome John back, so welcome back, John.
That's
See.
for day.
Good to see you. Mike?
Yeah, Nate, was this the 3-hour, is this the 3-hour clerical that you're transferring to Moose Hill, or is this 3 that's staying and there's another 3 somewhere?
I'm sorry, Mike.
You can't see that far.
He needs a cookie.
I'm
I'm looking
sorry, I
at
missed the
this
question, Mike.
wonderful diagram here, and Carol did a good job of representing
The
the
one we
decreasing
transferred.
enrollment.
Yes, that's
Is
the
that
one
the
that we're
3
moving.
that's going to Moose
Yes.
Hill? Okay,
Yes.
that was my question. Thanks.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Could you just pull those name tags down? I'm afraid I'm gonna have a camera angle that will have you as whoever it might have been. Yes, thanks. And while food services coming forward, Nancy will be presenting. I have a question for Peter. I know that you'll be discussing capital lease on December 19th. One of the administrators said there were changes in their budget because they have a new lease agreement for the copiers. Now, in actuality, we're talking about making adjustments to the lease agreement for the copiers, but we don't have any new lease agreements, and that will go out to bid. Is that correct?
Yes, there's 28 copiers in the district that we term as the master lease, which is almost all of them, not quite 28 up to 41, where we rent them for 3 years, and the 3-year period ends on June 30th.
Okay.
So somewhere towards the end of the budget season, because you can't do it too early, because you don't know, you want to get accurate volume numbers. Somewhere around February and March, we'll be going out to bid, we'll be reviewing what our needs are based on volume in each of the areas, making adjustments up or down, when it's being needs. And then, as we did 3 years ago, present a full package of costs for rent, as well as the cost per copy for each of the copies being discussed.
So just a sudden, we'll be talking about this on another night, but we have not executed a lease agreement. You're getting estimated costs, and
Yes.
that's something that will go out to bid
These are-
for implementation in
Our
June.
best budget numbers.
Right, in June of next year, after we approve it. Nancy?
Okay, here we go. I expect '08 to be as good as the last 2 years, or 3 years have been. I am projecting another increase in revenues, largely due to the installation of breakfast. And what we don't see projected here in '07, but we're looking at it '08, is House Bill, I think it was 1249, introduced an additional 3 cents on breakfast meals out of the state reimbursements. So that's why we're seeing an additional 21,000, 2,000 in '08 for that. In terms of expenses, you'll note that the '07 and '08 labor are approximately the same. And I believe the '07 figures were developed based on a different calculation. And the way we figured '08 was we took 3% of the '06 actual and projected it twice 3% to get the 519. One area that I noted my mistake, just sitting there, is that the software support line for next year will be 0 instead of $8,000. And that is due to negotiations with the company. And they've decided to give us our technical support and end-of-year costs at no charge for next year. You will see other areas where the '07 and the '08, there's significant differences, largely because we were able to look at the last 2 years and make a better cost estimate for the '08 year. And that's apparent in cleaning, repairs, and other areas. Milk, I keep at $100,000, just based on the fluctuation of the milk price. So actually, if you look at my net gain or loss at the end of '08, instead of it being a negative 2,211, it will be a positive 6,211. And that will parlay into an unreserved balance fund of $110,000. And the neat thing about the unreserved balance fund growing is that we can now put some money into improving the kitchens. And as a result of that, we put $18,000 into North School kitchen this year. And when we come to South School, we'll be putting in approximately $34,000 worth of new equipment to improve that kitchen as well, and that is apparent in the capital improvements budget. I do want to ask you to turn in your handouts to the meal prices survey, which was prepared by the Dairy Cooperative. And this is a survey done of meal prices throughout the state. Not every school district is represented. But what I did was I used the high school lunch figure as my data sort, and I did them in descending order. And you will see that Londonderry falls at the bottom of the list as being one of the lowest school district meal prices. And a lot of that is due to health insurance. The number of employees that I have that receive health insurance is a very small number. And I also included in my little packet today the bid specifications that my New Hampshire buying group uses when we put our foods out to bid. I wasn't sure if, in light of the the Manchester City pizza bid, that there might be some interest in what we actually do here in Londonderry to avoid that situation. And it's actually, we use 5 different kinds of pizza, noting specifically pizza, and 4 of the 5 are actually on the cooperative bid, and the other one is with a price agreement. And we'll spend about $40,000 with that one vendor.
I gotta add a couple things, if you don't mind.
Nobody's gonna touch the pizza thing.
No, not
Thank you,
touching.
John, for providing clear instructions.
A couple things, just for clarity, as most people know, the food service is a self-supporting, non-lapsing fund, which is different, obviously, than the general fund. So any surpluses or deficits that the food service department is rolled over from one year to the next. I do want to make it clear that we haven't had a price increase in the meals since, I think, FY '05.
'05, yes.
And I think a lot of that has to do with 2 factors. The biggest one being the actual meals, especially at the high school, the actual meals being served has gone up dramatically, which, as you know, as more meals are served, the cost per meal has gone down dramatically. And that is one of the main reasons we've been able to, A, keep the prices stagnant, and B, also make a profit from the food service. And as Nancy said, turn back money for equipment. And the other thing is, I think Nancy's also done a nice job on managing her labor. She's not using quite as many labor hours as the past few years. And when she mentioned that we did the calculation for the FY '08 payroll, as we looked at the FY '07, we realized, because of cutting back on the hours, that the FY '07 payroll is overflated at this point. That's why we went back to the '06 and did actual calculations to where we are. So that's pretty much a couple of things I wanted to give, so everyone understands, the non-lapsing and whatever. Also, I think in the handout, Nancy touched on it, was about the success of the new the new breakfast program at the high school has done better than we thought. It is turning a small profit, but the kids are using it.
Yep. And enjoying it very much, I might add.
Remind me, Nancy, you've got plans for breakfast at the middle school built into?
We've talked about it. That's
only
as
the
far as
talking
we've gotten.
stage.
It's in the idea stage.
Okay. So the intent is that if the numbers add up and the logistics add up, that you would proceed with a plan as early as next school year?
Right, exactly.
Mike?
Nancy, I apologize, because I was leafing through this big book. When you talked about the software support, you've got 8,000, but you're saying it's 0.
It will be 0.
And how did that come about again? Was it simply talent?
Negotiations with the company, renegotiations with the company.
When we originally started with the POS, the cashier system, both hardware and the software were part of maintenance. And going back with the vendor, we decided that we were gonna do the hardware maintenance on our own, similar to what we do with the workstations. And in fact, calling around, we thought that we were being a bit overcharged, not much, but we negotiated a deal. We would just get, they just offered up next year at $8,000, actually you got $8,000 refund. It just happened to be, we'll just take it as a prepayment towards next year.
Okay, thanks.
And we get that in pizza, right, Peter?
Tom?
Nancy, is there any way to tell how many students who prepay for food? I know you can look it up online, see, I can see what my 3 kids have in their account, but is there any way to see how many individuals, I guess, are monitoring that? So we kind of get an idea of what kind of access people have to the internet with regard to students in the school system.
I'm not sure I'm understanding
Well,
your
if there's
question.
if there's 100 people at North School that pay, the students that pay in advance,
Okay,
and you have codes, I guess, for every child, you know that all the students were being monitored at least, so you know that 100% of the parents would have access to the internet. At least you could infer that. So I guess that's my question, is how many people, do you have any idea how many access codes have been opened up? Peter's saying
Not
no.
offhand.
I don't know offhand.
I mean, is there a way to find out? I'm not saying you gotta know it now, I'm just saying.
Oh, well, I could count
We
them.
could, I mean, we could
Well,
probably
it should
figure.
just be a unique ID.
Yeah, but
Only
just-
unique IDs.
Well,
I'll-
they're in the computer by family. So,
Okay.
a family with 4 children will have one account, one email address account, but all 4 children will be in it. And so in that way, shape or form, I mean, I'm sure that Tom could probably, Cranmer could probably get in there and figure it out a lot faster than I
Just,
can, but it's very popular.
And just a caution on this, it's maybe anecdotal, but in a not-too-distant past, I used the lunchbox program, and I used it at work and didn't even have a computer at home. So I don't know if we could translate it directly to, how many computers, and I think that was your intent, is how many people have
Just,
computer access, or?
Yeah, just who's got access to it. I mean, if they've got internet access, frankly, I don't care where they have access to it. If
It
they've-
actually would be an interesting number to know how many people or families participate in the lunchbox
Right.
program. So.
And if it's one per family, it's still gonna be a unique ID. So that'll give you how many families are going in.
Gotta show
we
them
really
the,
care about.
accounts.
Right, yeah, it's,
There's a
Okay,
lot.
great. We'll have that in
A
the,
lot of time talking with people about signing up and getting on and.
it's
looking
just,
at their
it's
kids'
just that I think there's a lot more internet access than
yeah, I think
perhaps the last survey.
when I first started, probably 5 years ago, I can remember I actually had to have Peter help me to get on, and at that time, I think you only had 25 or 30 people that used it. So again, another interesting change in the last 3 years to see how many people are now using it versus back then.
It's grown significantly.
Yeah, I think there's 2 areas, Tom. One is the participation level of people or parents using the PayPal system to enter money into the kid's account. That was lower than we actually thought it was, but the survey that was done at Old Home Days, I think opened the eyes of a lot of parents who, for whatever reason, didn't know that service was there. I do know, though, quite a bit of parents, and we're gonna try to see how many families have accounts active. And I know quite a bit of families will often go in and see what the dollar what the dollar balances are left, and then, submitting checks as the balance gets to $1 or $1 under, Nancy's getting a check almost, just in time type of thing. But we'll try to see if we can get an idea of how many accounts have been activated.
Thank you.
Great. Other questions for Nancy? Nancy, thank you for the treats tonight. I was, by the way, before you depart, you know that your food is good when I get a request from the spouse to make sure I bring one home for them. And she also wanted to thank you for your assistance with Warm Homes.
It's my pleasure.
They did pay the school district for the cost of the goods, but the cost of the goods were about 1/4 of what they spent last year. And Mike still cooks them the same down at the farm, so thank you.
Excellent, thank you, you're welcome.
Thanks, Nancy.
Next on the list, since they didn't bring cookies, is Special Education Department. But thank you for coming back tonight.
Following food service should be a piece of cake.
He doesn't get to say the Pledge of Allegiance ever again.
You can go last today.
Lead the Pledge of Allegiance, rather. I'm sure you'll say it.
Did members of the Budget Committee get the handouts that we left up on the table? Adriana?
Yeah, I get the
I think I have one.
I think all the board members received that. I'm here.
And for anyone tuning in or anyone that got here late while he's handing that out, Ron is presently in attendance. He did get tied up at work, and I'll expect him this evening.
name on it.
Good evening. I'd like to provide an overview of the 68-page executive summary that begins on page 259 in the budget book. The overall pupil services budget for this fiscal year, FY08, is $2,054,156. This represents an increase of $130,819. The highlights of the increases are in our special education tuition accounts, special transportation, nursing services for individual students, legal services, and tutoring for homebound students. Highlights of decreases are in the area of testing supplies, new equipment, and psychological counseling. As the board and the budget committee members are aware, special education incorporate a number of federal and state mandates that we are required to provide services to children who have educational disabilities. Our overall philosophical construct is to provide learning opportunities for all children in Londonderry. Through the special education process, we provide extensive services for children, including remedial programs in the area of reading, mathematics, writing, as well as individual therapies and group therapies in the areas of occupational therapy, physical therapy, and speech and language. I've included in this year's executive summary a section, which is section 3 of my executive summary, called Trends and Projections. This particular section of my executive summary was intended to provide the board a snapshot of what we're seeing now and what we're projecting in the years to come. We've continued to see, as the board has heard from the superintendent as well as myself, an increase in the number of children that have autism and other pervasive developmental disorders. These students require extensive programming. The overall increase in the number of children with autism nationally is staggering. The ratio of children with autism used to be, in the not-too-distant past, somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 in 10,000. And we're seeing now a significant number of kids with this disorder, somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 in 160, according to some studies. We're also seeing an increase of students who have cognitive disabilities. We have a program at the high school that has continued to expand, and these children attend school until the age of 21. We're seeing more intensive students with emotional and behavioral disabilities, including students with acute mental health issues. We've continued increase of preschool students with intensive needs, including students with extreme behaviors. We are seeing a significant increase in the number of children with chronic and debilitating medical needs. These children all require extensive services. Peter, if you would bring up the budget book, I'd like to refer committee members to page 284, if you would. And I'm going to
Right.
use the laser pointer, but I promise not to shine this in anyone's eyes, because if that happens, it's very painful, as I found out this afternoon.
Do we need our sunglasses?
You didn't shoot yourself, did you?
I did not. But John, the person who did it, I will remain nameless. And I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't give you more of a cue.
Sorry.
What I'd like to show, if budget
Yeah.
members would like to
Brian,
turn to page
Brian.
Hold on a
284.
second.
Just wait a second.
That,
Well, we probably could go and get dinner.
Wait a minute, hold.
Yep, indeed.
Page 284, go ahead. You know what,
Page
talk,
284.
here's the thing, which actually, this is kind of good. Go ahead and talk through it, and think about the viewers at home that can't see this.
Okay. What I have on page 284 is a percentage of students between the ages of 3 and 21 in the Londonderry School District under their, broken up by the category of educational disability. Just to provide a little bit of background information, in the state of New Hampshire, students have to meet specific criteria for each one of these categories of disability that are in this column right here. It's actually a little difficult to read, so I'll just go through it with people, but I think it's significant. This top number right here is specific learning disabilities. In the 2001-2002 school year, that made up about half of all children in the town of Londonderry who had special education needs. This percentage has dropped to about 35%. So the number of kids with learning disabilities is dropping. However, what we're seeing as a trend is the number of students with more significant disabilities, such as mental retardation, has doubled. The number of students with other health impairments has gone from about 14% to over 20%. The number of children with autism has more than doubled. The number of children, you can't see it unless you scroll down, Peter, it's on the very bottom.
All right.
The number of children with developmental delays has doubled. So what we're seeing for a trend in the town of Londonderry is a significant increase in the percentage of kids with more pervasive kinds of disabilities who require more extensive services and more extensive types of programming.
Yeah, how's that?
That's much better. Thank you. Again, so referring to these such as autism, 1.25% up to over 3%. And our number of kids with health impairments from 14% up to over 20%.
Brian, could you give just, for the people that are listening at home and for members of the Budget Committee, could you give a couple of examples of disabilities that we would classify as other health impairments so people understand what we're talking about?
Sure. Other health impairments would include students who have extensive needs in the area of attention deficit disorder, but it also includes some children who are on the autistic spectrum, but who might have less pervasive needs and less significant communication kinds of needs. When we talk about autism, we talk about it's sort of an umbrella, pervasive developmental disorders, and some of the higher functioning kids in that category fall in there, whereas kids who have the most significant communication and sort of self-help needs fall under that category of autistic. Continuing through, I'd like to provide the board with,
Brian, just for, you give percentages up there, and I don't think that really show, what numbers are you talking about for autism?
we're talking about 3% of 1,000 kids. So additionally, on top of that, when we look at this section of other health impairments, a significant number of those kids also have that type of disability, but to perhaps a less significant degree. So in the town, we continue to see a staggering increase in the number of kids who have this disability, And again, that's a national trend. That's actually an international trend of just a real significant medical issue of kids that have autism. Continuing on.
Before you do, Sue, do we have the budget book online? It's about 150 meg as a PDF file, or 100 meg.
Yeah.
So for those of you that have computers, you can go to londonderry.org, and it's located. It's on the main page on the right. Okay. It is a quite a large file, so you probably want to save as, and then you can view the same PDF file we're looking at. Go ahead, Brian.
I also wanted to, at each of your workstations, I provided the board with a couple of handouts that were requested. The first one I wanted to show, and I believe all the Budget Committee members have this as well. Ron had asked for sort of a program breakdown across the district of what we have for current programs, as well as what we're anticipating for needs based upon our student enrollment and our population. If Peter's able to pull that up, I did email it to him as an attachment, but it would be the first sheet that says District Program Overview for Special Education Budget Development FY08. This indicates the comprehensive level of programming we have for kids across the district, starting with our preschool program all the way up through high school.
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Okay. What this shows, I think this was Mr. Campo's request to see how this breaks out. You can see in the area of students with emotional handicaps, we have programming at the elementary level for an inclusionary kind of program where kids are in regular classrooms in the regular school for most of the day. And we're in the process of looking at developing a more comprehensive program that we would define as being self-contained, where students would attend special classes for a more significant piece of the day. We have the same setup at the middle school, and at the high school program, we have both an inclusionary program as well as a self-contained program that the board is aware of we started several years ago. In the area of developmental delay, for the FY08 budget, we would like to create a new program for these children. This will be a continuation of programs that we already have at the middle school and the high school level, and this will be a staff reallocation. I'll explain that when we get to that section. And if you look at, you see where it was, Peter?
I had it.
Is it the top one, Pete?
In looking at programming for our students with autism, we have extensive programming from pre-K up through the elementary grades, and we're projecting the need for FY09 at the middle school based upon our current student needs. We're also projecting taking those same students.
I'm sorry, I was just getting a
I
really good
apologize.
glimpse of
I
Peter's
should have
email.
asked. I should have asked Peter before I started. if
There's
he could,
one here from, oh, I'm sorry.
But I had it, and I don't know.
That's all right, Peter. Never mind. I
I
apologize.
think I think it was last meeting, and Andrew, it was the middle school, math department asked for one of those overheads with the cranks on it that you use a grease pen on.
I had it.
Peter, what's the top one you got highlighted?
Okay.
There it is. Got it.
Regardless, it's all right,
I got
Peter.
it.
Brian, on the chart that you have there,
Yep.
shouldn't the autism for the intermediate elementaries be FY08?
Well, we already have those students now, Ron. We've got some kids that were already a little older. So we've got some first graders and we've got some other children who are currently a little older than that. Those are the kids that we're projecting for FY09. 2 students in particular will be at the middle school.
Yeah, but in this budget, you're moving people around to develop a second year of the program.
In this budget, we're adding, we're requesting to add assistants based upon kindergartners who will be transferring up.
How's that?
There's no other staff request for that particular
Well,
program.
we have a new classroom for the intermediate grades.
We have a new program that we'd like to start for the developmentally delayed kids. If you look at elementary, under developmental delay, which I can use the pointer and hopefully not blind anyone. Under right here for FY08, that's the class that we need to be adding. And that would be an elementary-wide program that we're looking at between our 3 schools.
That's the BAS program.
That's the BAS program. We currently have that program at the middle school, and we have a similar program called the ACT program at the high school. There is an overview of each of these programs. We don't mean to kind of throw all these acronyms, ACT, BAS, at everyone. Beginning on page 259 and 260, it goes through what all the different levels of programming that we currently have to support our children are. Ron, I hope that's what you were
Yep, no, that's-
looking for.
That's exactly what I was looking for.
Okay. Additionally, the next page of this, and I did not email this to Peter, so thankfully.
Thank heavens for little favors.
This next chart in your handout that I had at your workstations was what Mr. Beaver had requested to see on one page, a breakdown of our special education children by school and by grade, all in one sheet. We had this broken down by school in the executive summary, but this is all on one page, broken out by grade and by school. And I hope that's what you were looking for, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay. Continuing on.
Just briefly, because I think this is a rather important number. So Moose Hill, which includes LEAP and kindergarten, we're talking about a total of 88. Matthew Thornton, 101. North, 95. South, 93. Londonderry Middle School, 258. And Londonderry High School, 348, for a total population of over 1,000.
And I'd just like to point out, Steve, that I have on the top of that chart, that was October 1st. So since then, we've seen a little bit of movement. We've had some more children identified, but in the interest of pulling together the budget book and the executive summary, we kind of set a date, and that's the numbers that we use, so we don't constantly keep changing our numbers.
And
To that point, Steve,
Please.
if you turn to page 285, and just look at LEAP in kindergarten, you'll see there's an additional 10 students. So that's 98 now. Plus with child check the other day, there's more. So it's a
Right.
continuously moving number.
We've seen a continuous increase in our LEAP population, in our kindergarten population, despite declining enrollment for younger children in the district. I think you've heard the elementary principals talk about. In our programs, we've continued to see an increase. Additionally, we've seen an increase in the intensity of these children. What I think years ago, in the LEAP program, they used to get a lot more children who had speech and language kinds of issues, who needed help with their speech and some of those types of development. We're seeing kids now with more extensive medical needs, more extensive behavioral needs, and really more significant kinds of needs. So in addition to having more children at Moose Hill, sort of the severity of those kids has continued to increase.
You indicated that our requirement to service up to age 21, so that's for the top age. What about the bottom age?
Special education federally is from 3 to 21, or until kids earn their regular high school diploma. So when we have children at the high school and they earn their regular high school diploma, they're no longer entitled to any kinds of services from the school district. But if kids don't earn their diploma, or kids who have more extensive disabilities, they do go to school until the age of 21.
And on the entry side, it's 3 years old.
We're-
We had special situations where it's been under 3.
What we've had is there's a state requirement that 3-year-olds who qualify, you have to have all of their paperwork and their information set up when they turn 3. So we actually start the process when kids are younger than that, when kids are 2 years old. We already know about 2-year-olds that'll be entering our program through, there's a program called Early Intervention, which kids can receive different kinds of therapies before they qualify under the school district. And we already know about kids that are getting those services in Londonderry now. So we start the process when kids are basically 2, but they don't enter our doors until they turn 3.
Steve?
Paul?
Just before you leave this subject, Brian, a couple quick questions. pages 284 and 285. I just wanted to ask you, since we have you up here, we don't have you up here too often. 284, where it breaks down the different kinds of disabilities. The first one, specific learning disabilities, which I think you'd characterize as a little milder than a lot of the things that come down below on that page. That's the one exceptional area that's come down quite a bit. Is there, over time, is there any understanding why that's happening?
Well, nationally, about half of all students who have learning disabilities, or half of all students who have disabilities have specific learning disabilities. So our numbers in 2001 and 2002 were about in line with national statistics. I guess one of the things I could put a plug in for the work that Mr. Blunt has done in the area of reading, about 80% of kids who have specific learning disabilities have them in the areas of reading. So as districts do a better job with their reading programs and providing extensive reading supports to all kids, we're hoping that we'll see that number continue to go down. But the only thing I would add, Paul, is the 35% that we are seeing of kids who are identified with specific learning disabilities, they're pretty significant. So we're seeing kids that have a real difficult time learning, kids who need a lot of repetition, need more support, more extensive services and remedial services in math and writing, and are really, classroom teachers need a lot of support for these kids to be in the regular program.
Okay, and you've been with the district how long now?
This is my 5th year.
5th year. In the time that you've been here, could any of this decrease have anything to do with any kind of recalibration on how we assess who's in what category and how we classify them? Is that a factor?
Well, I think it certainly could be. I think it'd be difficult to really sort of pinpoint that. But certainly the folks sitting over my right shoulder in the back corner of the room, the special ed folks from each of the building, do a good job making sure that we're not over-identifying children, that we have the appropriate systems and we're incorporating the assessment data and really making decisions based on whether kids do or do not qualify and what services they need.
Okay, one last question, Steve. On the next page, 285, where you break it down by building, I think you're pointing out in the lower grades, and certainly in LEAP and kindergarten, over the last 6 years, there's a dramatic increase. And there's quite a similar increase at the high school level over the time. In 2 of the elementary schools and middle school, it's just the opposite. It's really large drop. Is there any understanding what's going on there?
I think, Peter, if you go to page 286, I think the next page will give a sort of a visual representation of that, if you can look sideways.
As long as we have a comedic moment, so any of you on a high-speed network that already downloaded the PDF file, the page numbers don't match the page numbers. So.
What you could see if you were standing on that wall is that we have had a bubble go through that if you look at the middle school, you can see that the population at the middle school has been slowly kind of decreasing, and the population at the high school has continued to go up. So what we've had essentially was a bubble of children who needed special education services, who've gone through, and you can see them, you can track it going through. If you follow Matthew Thornton, for example, and North School, you can see that the kids are there, and then over time they're going up to the middle school and then moving up to the high school. You can also see the increase that we've been talking about in terms of the kindergarten program.
Let me go up. That?
You can rotate that, if you want.
I know that, but I don't.
All right.
He doesn't want to.
Okay.
Have Adobe on your computer?
Hey, Steve, can I make a comment to that before we?
If you take a look, LEAP, you can see the numbers continue to increase as well.
So we're talking cyclical, really, kind of a long-term cycle, if you will.
Overall, Paul, if you looked at the last column, Peter, if you go back to the top of that, and I apologize that it's sideways, but if you look at the overall student numbers, we've remained pretty stable in terms of our overall total number of special education students in the neighborhood of 1,000 kids.
It's not that one,
Upside
the other.
down. Yep.
Oh,
To the left. The other left.
By the way, they actually broadcast this signal over the television cameras, but your pointer doesn't show up at home,
Okay.
so you know.
Hey, Brian, I got to tell you, it's wonderful seeing so many of your staff here tonight. It really is. These are people we don't see because they're busy working, doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're in the schools. They came out here 2 nights now. Obviously, they're interested, they're committed. I don't know if our camera person in the booth can get a pan of them.
I'm sure they'd love that, Paul.
I'm sure they would. But it's really nice to see them here, and I think we all thank them for being here.
Actually, he's back there turning his monitor up, so.
But again, thank you, Paul, I appreciate that. But in terms of our overall numbers, we've remained relatively stable over the years. We've seen, kind of bubbles go up and bubbles go down, and one of the things that I trust the board and the budget committee will remember, both last year and this year, you'll see reallocations and movement of staff to reflect our student needs. So before we come and ask for more support or more staff, we're gonna make sure that we're doing the best job we can with what we have before we ask for additional services and supports. So sort of the premise that I've operated off is we're here to service all kids, and if we have a particular need and we have a decreasing enrollment, for example, at the middle school, but we have an increasing enrollment at the high school, that we'll make appropriate staffing changes.
And you had a question?
Just for further clarity to Paul's question, you got to remember, Paul, that the percentages, and I would assume the number of coded children, are proportionate as well to the bubbles that we've seen in the total population. So if you look at that middle school in the last 5 years and the high school, we had 2 classes probably 4 years ago, or maybe 5 years ago at the middle school, that had over 500 children each in them. So now, as those 500 children move out, if you use Brian's percentages for disabilities, that would certainly have an impact of what we've seen as well. Because we're seeing classes move in the 350 range, and we've had a couple classes move out at 500, which is, I believe, now the current 11th grade and the 9th grade. Is that right, Jim?
Yep, 9 and 11.
Yep, so now you see them in the high school in the latter years, so.
To piggyback on Dan's point, and also at the same time to kind of highlight a little bit or reinforce the point that Brian had made earlier, and Peter was a student up to remind me of, that if you take a look at our special education population in Lee, that it's continuing to rise. If you look at our numbers from 2001 to 2007, where we've gone from 38 youngsters to 56 as of the printing of this. And what Brian also pointed out is that the youngsters that we're seeing are having more significant handicapping conditions than what we had seen before. So we're seeing a greater preponderance of 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds entering the school system with significant disabilities. So it's not just youngsters that are having what would have been termed, just soft learning disabilities, if you want to call it, but a higher percentage of low incident population, so meaning kids with autism, PDD, physical handicap. So in addition to the fact that the numbers have increased, the percentage of kids with severe disabling conditions have increased. And that has correspondingly required us to increase the staffing level so that we have lower student teacher ratios or student aid ratios because of the nature of the youngster's disability. So it's an interesting phenomenon that we're seeing. And as you looked at Brian's chart that he made for you as to where our programs are, K-12, and where our projected programs, you'll notice that the areas of growth happen to be in what, for lack of a better term, we classify as low incident population. Our low incident population is starting to grow, and those are very, very, very labor intensive, both in direct instructional support as well as things such as PT, OT, speech and language.
I'd like to walk the,
Brian, before you go on this, On this chart,
Thank you,
out
Peter.
of district, it's very hard for people to see, I know, but out of district is trending down. Can you quantify that or explain that?
I would be
Or are you going into
delighted
it
to
later?
explain that. The numbers from FY01 to projected FY08 are down about 10 students. If I can just momentarily comment that we have perhaps one of the lowest percentages of children who are placed out of district of any school district remotely our size. I don't want to badmouth any of my colleagues, but other districts our size have anywhere between 50 to 60 up to 70 plus children who are placed out of district. Now what that means is the district isn't able to provide programming for these kids, and they have to send them to special education private schools. Tuitions range anywhere between $35,000 to $200,000, if you can believe that, including transportation needs, which can be as much as up to $200 a day, depending upon geographically where the program is located. This actually flows right into my next section of the budget. Through the development of in-district special education programs, we've not only been able to keep our out-of-district numbers low, not pay for the costly transportation to and from these programs, but also to keep kids in their local community and their local schools. And if I may say, we do a better job than most of the programs, if not all the programs. We have an exceptionally talented staff here. Space is always a premium when it comes to special education programming, but you're absolutely right, Steve. Our numbers are very low, have remained very low, and of the kids that we have out of district, that includes children who are placed by the court for foster needs or students who may be involved in the juvenile justice system.
Brian, just to segue into this, because this issue was raised, I think, at a previous budget workshop. We talked about, because we had an issue regarding catastrophic aid revenue, I believe that was brought up, and also relating the cost effectiveness of the in-house program. Could you give the board and members of the budget committee some examples and talk about the analysis that you did?
I can.
I wonder how that happened.
Should have been a lawyer, Nate. Never ask a question you don't know the answer to.
And I've got,
Essentially, what I did was, I had been asked to go through and sort of make a calculation based on what we have for, I believe in the budget, we have $211,000 that Peter had put in for catastrophic aid. The number that I came up with when I went through and did an actual by student cost, depending upon which percentage you use, was between $230,000 up to $301,000. Now, the wild card variable here is the percentage that the state is going to fund. The funding 2 years ago was 0.67%, and the funding last year was 100%. So the way the catastrophic aid works is when you get to 3.5 times the state tuition average, which is about $37,000, the state then begins to reimburse you at a rate of 80%. Then you take that overall total, and that's the number that they assign a percentage to of what number they're going to reimburse you for. So depending upon, I guess the real wild card is what percentage we think the state's going to use. Last year they used 100%. The year before they used 0.67. So that fluctuation is between, I'm projecting $230,000 in projected revenue and $301,000. So I informed the superintendent of this. We talked about this today, and I would defer to him for.
when does, Nate, before you, I'm sorry, when does the state make that decision?
We were told.
Go ahead.
We were told that the state has made the decision of what percentage they're going to fund it, but they won't be releasing that percentage for a couple of weeks.
But it'll be, unlike funding, it'll be before the election in March.
The funding for the budget year that we're talking about, we won't know till next year.
Right.
Right, so the funding percentage Brian is talking about is the funding percentage for this fiscal year.
Correct. Thank
Which
you.
we
Nate, I'm
voted
sorry.
on last year.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, so we will essentially have absolutely no idea what percentage they would be reimbursing us at for that.
Yeah, the second part of the question, though, Brian, that had come up was, we've seen a gradual decrease in the catastrophic aid, and I think, and one of the reasons we posited that there was a decline in the catastrophic aid was because of the development of our in-house special education programs. The fact that even though catastrophic aid went down, because in fact we developed our own in-house programs, we were in fact saving more money for the district than if we were getting refunded in catastrophic aid for sending the students out. And I think you worked up an example to demonstrate that.
I did. On page 269 of my executive summary, I just wanted to walk the board through an example of our cost avoidance of in-district programming. This example walks through a program we have at Londonderry High School to meet the needs of kids who have pretty extensive emotional and behavioral needs. This FY08 will mark the 5th year of this program. For the FY08 budget, we have 2 teachers in this program. Their salaries are both paid out of the IDEA grant, federal funds, so there's no impact to the taxpayers for their salaries. We have a half-time assistant and 1 day a week of a counselor. The total annual staffing cost of this program for FY08 will be $57,313. We're projecting the need for 10 kids in this program next year. Without this intensive program, these students would require a costly out-of-district placement at an average cost of somewhere in the neighborhood of $37,500. The total to place 10 children out of district would be $375,500. Additionally, the district would pick up an additional $60,000 in transportation cost. The total cost impact would be approximately $435,000. Through having this program in-house, the district would have a cost avoidance of $377,687. Over the 5 years of this program, through the '08 budget, the district has had a cost avoidance of $1,822,090. And to Nate's point, I went through and used this program as an example to compare what we would generate in revenue for catastrophic aid for these kids. We would only generate $6,000, depending again on which percentage they funded it at per kid. So over the 10 kids, you'd be looking at about $60,000 versus a savings of $377,000 and change for developing a program in-house.
One of the points I wanted to make, Steve, was you mentioned, like, when will we know about how much money we get for CAD aid? CAD aid is the last number that we get from the Department of Ed when we send a tax rate. Let me give an example. Let's say today's September 1st and we're setting the tax rate October 15th. They already have our appropriation. We already know our adequacy grant. We know the state property tax. We know our building aid. From those 45 days, we could get anywhere but 10 calls from the Department of Ed changing our CAD aid number. And in fact, there have been a couple of times the last few years I've been here, we'll go in with a CAD aid number, starts in the tax rate with DRA, and the number's already been changed from the night before. Not a whole lot, but that's how fluent as the state starts crunching their numbers, how much money's available, that CAD aid number can change.
Okay, and let's not forget, just so that people at home understand, you're talking about, in a general time frame, September 1st of 2008 on this budget, which we will vote on in March of 2008.
My point was,
So we don't find out until September, or in this particular number, beyond
yeah,
on funds that we voted on in March.
correct.
Okay. And before I go, Adriana, Tom, I hope I didn't hold you too long and doesn't take us back too far. I apologize.
I just had a question. When you indicated that the district seems to be getting students with more intensive disabilities problem, and it seemed as one of your responses to that is you have to get a lower student-teacher ratio. That's a response to that, for example?
Yeah, that's part of it, Tom.
But
Yeah.
I guess my question is this, and I don't mean any disrespect, but as another group of students with a disability seems to decrease, can that teacher just
Yes.
move into?
Absolutely. And if you, and it's a very good point, I'm glad you brought it up. The basic academic skills program that we're starting up at the elementary level, as noted here, is not a new teacher, it's a teacher that has been transferred from a program whose population dropped. And in addition to it, as I'm sure you saw in the charts that Brian and Kim had put together, significant amounts of special education assistant time went from the middle school to the high school to follow students that they had been working with shifts in population and enrollment. So wherever we can, based on population shifts or need shifts, we have moved staff around to create additional programs or staffing levels that were predicated on the kids that we had. So if there were, and just as a purely made-up example, let's say we had 5 youngsters at the middle school that had required 40 hours of instructional assistant time. Those 5 youngsters move up to the high school. If in fact we can't absorb them with the existing assistants there, because we make a determination based on kids that move out, that assistant time would move along with those youngsters. And I think within Brian's packet, there's a flow chart showing how the assistants have moved, and also how we've reallocated professional staff, be it speech and language or OT people or special educators. So we do try to make those adjustments where possible. In some instances, we have in fact, we will in fact add people depending upon specific areas. So for instance, we may see in our preschool program a continuing increase for speech and language or occupational therapy, and it's impossible for us to move any time from any other location because of the load. So that's when we'd come forward with a request for additional speech and language time or occupational therapy time. So we try and do that. But just as we've done with our regular ed program, we are trying to make staffing adjustments based on particular student needs and population shifts.
Thanks.
Nate, to that end, I'll jump out of order a little bit and ask Peter to pull up page 300. Hopefully it won't be upside down.
Can we ask a question about the catastrophic aid before we go to page 300?
Go ahead. And I'm just trying to catch Adriana's eyes because she had a question. I do. And I just wanted to make sure it wasn't,
Well, I don't have a microphone, but I'll speak really loud.
you're going to have 2 any second here.
You budgeted the same amount for catastrophic aid from last year to this year? So everybody knows that when we're talking about a variance, you budgeted 211 last year and you budgeted 211 again this year. And much like what happened last year, if that 211 that you budgeted this year came in at 351, that would automatically drop to the bottom line to reduce the tax impact of the budget.
That's absolutely correct, John.
Thanks.
Adriana?
It's a question and also a comment. While I agree that there's significant cost avoidance by educating the coded students in-house as opposed to sending them out, I think also part of the analysis should include the additional equipment and supplies, building modifications, and those type of costs. When you're talking about cost avoidance, you are talking salaries because that's what your cost is to educate them. But however, we also do incur costs from those types of building modifications, special needs, and stuff. So I think that in order to really truly say cost avoidance, you need to factor in some of those, obstacles that we run into as far as, construction and materials building and that kind of stuff. So while I agree that there is a huge benefit and a cost avoidance by doing it in-house, there are also other factors and costs involved that, I just wanted to really mention that
Sure.
and not necessarily ask you for a price tag on that.
And just to put that in context, the program that I used as an example, our self-contained program at the high school, the learning materials and any curriculum-based components of that program are assimilated into the special ed budget at the high school already.
Right.
So there was no increase. Some of our programs do have specific funds attached to them where, you're right, there may be.
At the initial startup,
programs,
year
though,
1 to 3.
are actually pretty small, somewhere, $1,000 for equipment or something like that, as opposed to, $70,000 for a
Right.
placement.
The
But
crux
point
of it, the most of it, the majority of it does come from salaries, but I just also did want to point out that there are other factors too.
Thank you. Just to continue through with what the superintendent had talked about, this chart gives an example of, for this year, what we're recommending for staff reallocations. This year, we have a district-wide program that we've seen changes in our students and where we've been able to educate them, and don't have the need for that self-contained district program, and we'll be shifting that teacher to support our new elementary basic academic skills program for children with developmental delays. We have an assistant transferring from South to the middle school, and we have 3/10 of a speech and language pathologist going from the middle school to the high school to target our increased enrollment at the high school. Additionally, I'm proposing moving 1.5 teachers from the middle school to the high school to support our PDD program as well as our ACT program. And we also have 24 hours of assistant time that we're moving from the middle school to the high school. Any questions on that? Okay, I'd like to hand this off to Kim now to review special transportation as well as out of district.
The special transportation part of the executive summary starts on page 273. And we have engaged in contract negotiations with our current vendor as we are in the 3rd year of a 3-year contract with them. Having met and having provided our current vendor with a list of considerations for our new contract, the vendor's price included an increase much higher than the increase we had anticipated. And basically, we requested that they try again and do better, which they did, although the price that they came in at was still higher than we had expected. Given that, and simply wanting to give the board the best proposal for consideration, we have prepared the request for proposals to go out to vendors across the state. We anticipate having a recommendation for the board in January, and given the cost of insurance, given gas escalation prices, we do expect an increase in our overall special transportation budget. And any adjustments, however, from our current budget, we will, before the deliberative session, make those adjustments. But right now, the current special transportation budget is $632,690, which is an increase of $81,320. This special transportation is done right now with 6 buses for our in-district population. Each of those have a monitor on them. It includes $80,000 for our extended school year programming, transportation, and our summer programming, and $272,160 for our out-of-district runs, which right now transport 14 students to 10 different placements out of district.
Any questions on transportation?
Hi, Kim.
Hi.
Yeah, on page 273, it cites 14 students to 10 different placements.
Mm-hmm.
On page 326 in the budget breakdown, it identifies 17 out of district students for student transportation. I just wanted to clarify.
Some of those transportation needs do change based on different placement needs.
Say 326, Paul?
Yes. Bottom.
Oh, on the detail?
Right.
That should be 14 out-of-district students.
Okay.
Yep,
So
thank you.
needless to say, the amount, the dollar amount is based on the 14.
The dollar amount is based on the 14.
Kim, again, we don't see you too often either, but you're in your new role this year as Coordinator of Pupil Services. How's that
Yes.
going for you?
Very well, thank you.
Great.
Yep, enjoying it.
She's doing a great job.
Except with the laser.
Except the laser, that's right.
Maybe this is not, I understand I'm on page 275, I understand the placement up until the point where we get into the Manchester, the Pinkertons. Don't understand why we're going to other public high schools,
It's a
especially.
Those are children that are placed in that community through DCYF. Those are court placements, foster placements. And for example, Ron, the WMRHS, that's in the northern part of the state. So those are children who are placed by the courts who attend public schools where they are, and we're responsible for the costs of those programs.
Okay, and then Manchester's the same,
Yes.
and then Pinkerton is the same?
Yes.
Do we have the option of something like Pinkerton to bring them back here since it's that close?
We do sometimes. We make a decision based on the individual kid's status, as well as what their needs are.
Understanding the programming over there, looking at the question again, I find it hard to believe that we wouldn't provide a better service here.
I don't disagree, Ron. I think when we did that program, this particular child was trying to make a new start, and it was really appropriate for this particular child to be in the community and to attend school where she was residing, as well as being able to participate in extracurricular activities. And we also factor in the cost of transportation, and the difficulty that, it may end up costing me $10,000 or $12,000 to provide the transportation for a program of that nature.
So we're not providing any transportation on these 3 students?
No.
Brian, to that point, so if, there could be situations where the court has specifically ordered placement in a community.
Yes.
So it's by court order versus a selection process. There's no one choosing from a menu. It's something the court has said they'll reside in that particular area.
That's right.
Ron?
Of this list again, how many others are court placed? Or are those the only 3? What I'm trying to get to a feel is, of the out-of-district, what percentage is court place versus us placing there?
You doing the calculation in your head?
Off the top of my head, 4 others.
Plus one I believe the board is aware of.
So, looks like 8.
Yep. 8 out of 23.
That's about right. So of those students, we had essentially no control over.
Can you, you indicated I don't remember, the number was approximately $200,000 for transportation to other locations.
Right.
In other words, the special education transportation, the total budget is 600 to 700,000. The buses that we see around town, the smaller buses with an 8 on them, but then the $200,000, that's spent to send students to other parts or other locations in the region. Could you just give, for the community, some examples of those towns? Like what towns are we talking that we have to transport them to?
Right, those are students currently living in Londonderry, going to school in out-of-district placements that could be as far north as Crotchet Mountain, some over the border in Methuen, Chelmsford, Tingsboro, Billerica.
And that would be the furthest distance? I can remember in years past, we had students on the Cape or down in that.
We have a placement at the May Center on the Cape. There is transportation pre-scheduled throughout the year to allow that student to come home.
Other questions on the out-of-district? Continuing through, Section 7 goes through the numbers by schools. I think the chart that I made that Dan had requested is kind of a little easier to look at, a little easier on the eyes, and just goes through the number of kids we have in the various programs. The next section, as we've already gone through personnel, but the next section reviews our staffing levels by buildings. That's Section 8 of my executive summary. And looking at the different staffing scenarios we have for each of our buildings. If there's any questions about that. Continuing on, I'll ask Kim to review our special education assistants, which is Section 9.
In the packet that was in front of you, we had corrected the 2 charts, and if you have those, I will just highlight the corrections. None of the corrections affected any of the total numbers, but we did need to clarify a little bit. On the first chart, which is daily special education assistant total hours for FY07, this is our current level of staffing. There are 912.6 daily assistant hours. 816 of them come out of the general fund. For next year, for FY08, this number shows the increase of 30 hours, as we were requesting 6 hours at LEAP and 24 hours at our district-wide Friends 2 program at Matthew Thornton. That's our program for autistic children at Matthew Thornton.
I think the board will remember, what we tried to do with this chart was to make it simple to look at and have all the district information and how the hours break down on one chart. I think years ago, this was broken out over about 10 pages, and we really tried to keep it simple and have it not be overwhelming to look at. Any questions on that? Okay. I'd like to just briefly speak about the federal IDEA grant. The IDEA grant is the money that we receive from the federal government for our special education program. I'd like to note that our entire IDEA grant, our entire allocation is applied directly to salaries of staff. The original entitlement for FY07 at the time of the budget was developed was $1,003,214, and an additional $35,130 for our preschool program. This represents a one-time increase in the preschool grant of approximately 75% to help districts comply with a new federally mandated preschool outcome program. Just to speak briefly about that, there are new requirements from the federal government that we have to track specific data on all of our preschool kids, and the feds gave us a little extra money to pay for. We're required to do this. It's a web-based software system where we're providing weekly information about kids onto this. And so this was a new program that districts did not have the opportunity to budget for, so we did see an increase this year to help districts support the costs of that program. We've been told that the increase was one time only. It was about 75% for our preschool program. School districts have been told by the Department of Ed for the FY08 budget to not expect an increase over the FY07 entitlement allocations. One of the things that means for us is, since our entire entitlement grant is salaries, as we see staff members get contractually salary increases per the contract, we have about 50,000 or so every year that as the staff gets an increase in their pay per the contract, we have basically one position that we won't be able to fund through the IDEA grant. Now, a lot like the catastrophic aid, this is a bit of a wild card for us because we don't know what percentage we're going to get. We don't know how much money we're going to get, essentially, until we receive it. And even then, sometimes we get a little more, but it's really difficult for us to project. I'd love to be able to project a rather significant increase in this in this program, but what we have been told so far is to not expect an increase over your FY07 entitlement, which for us is just over $1 million. Any questions on that?
Other than these salaries, is there anything else are we doing anything else in this budget other than the salaries for professional teachers?
For professional staff as well as assistants.
That's the only items in here, there's
That's it.
nothing.
Nothing else. Nothing at all. I'd like to just briefly talk about our pupil services strategic plan. There's an overview of this in section 12. This section of the budget shows an overview of the initiatives of the Pupil Services Department for the FY07 and FY08 school years. We continue to expand and refine our programs and services to students and staff by focusing on topics such as professional development for staff, program development, policy work, studying student supports, improving teacher evaluation systems, and expanding our overall operations and procedures. Section 13 of the executive summary goes through our budget requests. As the superintendent has previously stated, the proposed budget includes the following personnel requests. We've requested a behavioral specialist. This is an individual who conducts assessments and activities related to the needs of children who have autism as well as emotional and behavioral disorders. This is an individual who assists in designing and implementing and monitoring behavior programs and behavioral analysis programs for students, as well as providing specific support for classroom teachers so that they're better able to serve the needs of kids. Thus far, we provided this service of a behavioral specialist to our students with acute autism. There has been a much-needed service for our students with emotional and behavioral disorders as well. As Londonderry has developed the programmatic infrastructure of our in-district programs, this has become an obvious deficiency of our services. It is worth noting that all out-of-district programming for our targeted populations provide this service. As we provide in-district services to more children with autism and emotional disturbances, this need will only continue to grow. We've been able to support classroom teachers for our autistic children with the most significant needs through an outside consultant. Our other children with autism and other emotional issues and their teams have not benefited from this programming of this important service. This service will directly benefit classroom teachers and students to foster success in our public schools. Essentially, what I've done is just kind of walked through, absent this position, I will need to continue to provide this services to kids through contracted services. This is somewhere in the neighborhood of over $40,000 just for 2 days of this type of expert to come in. And that doesn't give us any services to our in-district programs for students with emotional and behavioral disorders. What we've seen is as we continue to have more kids in district and provide the services to kids in-house, this is a real need that we have in our programming to support classrooms, to support teachers and administrators. Additionally, we're requesting an increase in physical therapists from .8 to full-time. The number of children who require physical therapy has increased by 10 kids since FY05. The current caseload is 41 students, including 33 hours of direct service. We continue to see an increase in need of our medically complex children who may require homebound programming. Additional responsibilities include Nessus, which is our statewide data tracking system that the board has heard about, evaluating students, writing IEPs, providing consultation to teachers and IEP teams, maintaining equipment, training for staff and lifting children who have these types of needs, positioning and motor planning. Absent this additional day, I'll have to be looking at contracted services to make up the time. This year's budget, as you've seen, the LEAP numbers, we're requesting a half a teacher to meet our increased enrollment. Our enrollment has gone from 33 students in FY02 to our current numbers in December of '06 over 60 in our LEAP program. As our student numbers have increased, the severity has increased as well. Based on our current referrals from Child Check, as well as remaining as the students turning 3, an additional 9 children will enter our program in February of 2007. Bringing our total enrollment of identified children in the LEAP program to over 70. This is on top of the over 30 that we have in the kindergarten program. It is worth noting that Moose Hill has 32 kindergarten students as well. In order to maintain developmentally appropriate class sizes and being able to maintain an appropriate number of typically developing peers, this position is needed. Absent this position, our class sizes are as high as 19 for children who are 4 years old. The superintendent used the example that kindergarten is like herding cats. This is like herding kittens. The program is extremely staff-intensive, and you're talking about 3- and 4-year-old children who have special needs. By adding this additional session, we will anticipate the following: the ability to assimilate new 4-year-old students as they're identified, reduction in class size in our morning sessions, and increase the inclusion percentage as best we can. It is worth noting there is a considerable body of research that shows a direct correlation between intensive early programming for students with disabilities and the reduction of services needed later in their school experience. Additionally, to support this new classroom, I'm requesting 2 3-hour assistants to support that. So we have 3 sets of adults in that program, in that classroom. In addition, we're asking for .2 speech and language to support the LEAP program. This need for additional speech is to support our growing population based on current as well as anticipated enrollment. Current .8 position is projected to serve over 30 students for direct therapy for a total of 28 hours, including consultation. Additionally, our therapist serves as a case manager for a projected 18 students next year. This is an increase of 6 over the current year. These responsibilities again include Nessus, the federally mandated preschool outcome program, IEP development, evaluations, home visits, consultations to area preschool, providing home therapy to medically complex children, transition meetings, paperwork, and compiling data for the teams. Also, to support the LEAP program, which the superintendent has spoke of, we're requesting a transfer of 3 hours from the Matthew Thornton program to the LEAP program. There's a new federally mandated requirement for preschool outcomes. This program has the following secretarial duties that we are currently hiring and having professional staff complete. All special education students must be entered into this program. The data is based on teacher observation. The data entry is 3 hours per classroom per week. We currently have 5 preschool classrooms. The additional .5 teacher would raise this to 6 for a total of 18 hours of weekly data entry that we currently have professional staff doing. This would free up professional staff to work with kids and to work with other professionals. The age of our LEAP population requires time-intensive communication with parents, including phone calls, setting up meetings and appointments, including child check, where up to 20 kids are screened 4 times a year, for a total of over 80 children a year. Additional responsibilities would include setting up special transportation for Moose Hill School, Nessus compliance, scheduling outside consultants, as well as filing and other types of secretarial responsibilities. In addition to our budget requests, we have 4 6-hour assistants for our Friends 2 program and Matthew Thornton. This is to directly track 4 children who will be moving next year from Moose Hill School to the new Friends 2 program at Matthew Thornton. These children all require one-on-one assistance. Additionally, we're requesting to move 1 position from the IDEA grant into the general fund. Again, as I spoke during the IDEA section, that's because we're projecting a level enrollment. It's worth noting that the position I would propose moving does have revenue generation through the Medicaid to School program, and we chose that specifically. In summary, through the development of in-district programs, the Londonderry School District continues to meet the federal and state mandates of special education. The number of costly out-of-district placements continues to remain extremely low for a community our size or even smaller. In Londonderry, we continue to see an increase in low-incidence disabilities and students who require intensive services and supports. Through the initiatives of our strategic plan, we continue to provide a high-quality program and also make continuous growth in what we do for students. The FY08 budget continues to reflect what we're anticipating for student and program needs. I'd like to thank the school board and the budget committee for their support of all that we do on behalf of children with special needs. Be happy to answer any additional questions.
First George and then Ron.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Kim. You guys do an outstanding job, and I know that everybody appreciates that.
Now I gotta ask you some hard questions, sorry.
Shoot.
Understanding that the arena that we're talking about is not necessarily a all equal playing field. I think you said you were looking to move a few hours from Matthew Thornton over to Moose Hill. And then you've got some additions for a half a teacher at Leap and a few other areas. Can't help but look at the numbers across the 3 elementary schools and then the middle school, where my population is anticipated to drop. Will I not have, extra's not the right word, excess isn't the right word, but won't I have spare capacity in those buildings that I'd be able to move that capacity to where you need it, so that I'm not increasing? Because to me, this looks like an increase in headcount, and if I'm wrong, tell me that and I'll shut up. But it does look to me like this is an increase in headcount, while it appears that in those 4 locations, I'm going to have less of a need.
The staff reallocation chart that we showed shows moving staff from the middle school to the high school to meet enrollment. The elementary numbers have remained pretty consistent over the last couple of years with a slight decrease, but what we've seen is an increase in the intensity and the needs of kids, as well as through the 3-tier reading model, we're providing reading services, intensive reading services throughout the day to kids who have those kinds of disabilities. If I could move staff from one building and come back here and not ask for any staff, I would be happy to do that. But in the interest of meeting the needs of the kids that we have and the kids that we're projecting, this is my best guess of what we need for staffing.
Okay, so let me just touch on the 3-tier reading for a second. That is one of the reasons that we need to maintain the number of folks, even though the number of students is decreasing. Is that a true statement?
No. No.
Okay,
No.
okay.
No, that's not because the 3-tier is not requiring us to have additional staff. The additional staff that we're putting in, the behavior specialist, I think, is a combination of things. It's a direct result of the increasing number of youngsters that we have who have who fall across the autistic spectrum, plus additional youngsters providing additional services to programs that we presently have. I believe Brian also reduced his contracted services account by $12,000 with a cost avoidance of probably somewhere in the neighborhood of another pretty close to $30,000 for that behavior specialist service. The outright increases, one, the occupational therapist is the same position, except we're running out of funds on the IDEA side, so we're moving that in. And as Brian had mentioned, specifically that position, because it allows us to get Medicaid reimbursement, where if we had moved another position, we might not have gotten that.
Nate, can I stop you there?
Yeah.
Can you explain the difference? If we're gonna get Medicaid reimbursement for something, it doesn't matter where the funds are coming from. I'm having a hard time believing that a specific person has to move into the budget for doing it. If that's the case, why haven't we done it years ago?
No. What we're saying is that if because we anticipate being level funded in IDEA, and because of the total number of salaries that we have in the IDEA budget right now, we will not have enough money in the IDEA budget to pay for all those positions. So therefore, we have to move a position out of federal funds into the general fund budget.
Okay, nothing to do with the Medicare that was coming in.
No, what that was, Ron, instead of moving a teacher, for example, which would be a position that we couldn't go after Medicaid reimbursement funds, the premise was to use an occupational therapist that we could bill for extra Medicaid for.
If the person is, here's where I apologize, I'm being stupid, I apologize for this. If we're providing the service in the district, why aren't we billing that person no matter where we're paying for it out of?
I get what you're asking. If it's a federally funded position, we can't bill for Medicaid.
Double dipping?
Okay, then let me ask the question again. Why haven't we done this earlier? Because we're doing it. Is there any other positions in the federal funds?
Not,
we
not
have that?
enough, the reason you wouldn't generate enough Medicaid reimbursement.
Any Medicaid reimbursement. Here's where, let me go to the next step. If there's any money out there for a person, why wouldn't we move those positions in? And you're asking for some additional positions here, I move them back into the funds to get all the money, maximize our revenues.
Oh, I'm sorry, now I understand what you're saying. Okay, I didn't follow you. Okay, that's a good idea. Okay, I didn't see where you were going, now I do. Yes, we can, I'm sure we can make adjustments in staffing levels that would be reflective of the intent and law of the IDEA and not supplant, but supplement our program and still allow us to maximize our monies in Medicaid reimbursement. I understand exactly what you're saying now.
It's, the analogy would be Janos's roads. When he, because of the floods, he was able to secure funds from the government, from the federal government. He used them to fix roads, which they may have needed repair.
Correct.
Anyways.
Correct.
Okay.
But, and, you know, we're all very mindful that the federal dollars supplement as opposed to supplant. So, you know, I think taking a look at appropriate adjustments would allow that, based on needs that come up requiring delivery of services to students.
You've got the half of a LEAP teacher that you want to put in.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
George, you got?
I'm sorry,
did you have
George.
something else?
Yeah, actually, I just want to, Nate, I appreciate that explanation. I'm actually looking at the special ed assistance for LEAP Classroom and for the Friends 2 program. I guess you're looking, I think it might be 4.5 or maybe 5 total full-time equivalents. I mean, that's where I'm looking to make change. I don't want to see us add if we don't have to. And 5 people, if I can move them where they may not be as critical as they were this year.
What we've seen, if we have the Friends program at LEAP in kindergarten existing, and we've got kids who are going from that program into the program at Matthew Thornton. If I had sort of a flat incoming enrollment into the Friends program, I could move them, and I would do that. The problem is, for every child that I shift over to Matthew Thornton to the second program, we've got another 3-year-old who comes into our program, or more. So essentially, that pocket of kids continues to have new kids coming through the system, and the only way we're able to program for them is to have that high student-to-staff ratio. These kids essentially require one-on-one or one-on-two kinds of programming all day.
Yeah, and to support what Brian's saying, George, and I understand exactly what you're saying. When Brian and Kim and all the special ed directors sat down to take a look at students and staffing, they looked at it in several ways. Not only numbers of students, but hours of service and degree of severity of disabilities to do it. In those instances where they were able to move assistant hours around, as demonstrated in the charts that we had, where we had 24 hours going up north from the middle school to the high school, and the other staffing and the moving the BAS, we did that. The issue that we ran into with the Friends 2 program was that the students that were leaving the LEAP program to go to the Friends 2 program were being replaced by youngsters who were as severe, if not more severe, than the youngsters that were leaving. So there was no opportunity for us to say, all right, these assistant hours at the LEAP program are going to follow these kids up to the Friends 2 program. That was not an availability to us. So we had to, in a sense, freeze the staffing hours, or actually increase the staffing hours at the primary level, because of an increased number of students in the LEAP program, because of the increased number of students and the severity of the youngsters that were coming in, as well as having those, keeping comparable hours for youngsters that were in the LEAP program, now going up to Friends 2, who required the one-on-one assistance because of the nature of their disability. So in that instance, we didn't have an opportunity to move hours around. And when we looked at all the staffing, and we've done this with the regular education program and all our other programs, we looked at it as in a systemic way, so that we weren't isolating the discussion just preschool or just elementary or just middle school or just high school. We looked at the system as a whole and how we were moving personnel to meet adjusted enrollment and/or instructional needs or student needs. So when everything fell out, as we went through the sifting process of staffing, we were left with staffing voids, if you will, to meet certain needs. And those voids were the positions that Brian is recommending in this year's budget to fill those voids based on what we got with needs after we've moved everybody around. So that was the net result. So what I do know, because I passed by and I even, infrequently stuck my head in, the directors and Brian and Kim spent, I would bet, if you added up the time, pretty close to 2.5 to 3 days, if you put hours together, reviewing all the staffing based upon the student needs, bringing it down by student hours, type of services that the youngsters were receiving, and where those youngsters were going, so that as we made the staffing assessments, we looked not only at raw numbers, but also at the services that youngsters were receiving, what students were receiving X number of hours in therapy, let's say, versus numbers of hours that kids were getting therapy in group, if I'm talking about speech and language or OT or PT. So all those things were taken into account. And it's a process and procedure that we started talking about maybe 2.5 years ago in the special ed committee, when we were looking at services that we were delivering and how we were going to deliver services. The model we looked at wasn't just numbers, but was service hours, intensity of service, whether it was individual, group, so on. And that's how they went about their staffing reallocation and programming. So if anything, I feel more comfortable I feel very comfortable with the staffing recommendations because of the intensity and time that they looked at it and how we had to deliver these services to these kids. So that's kind of a long-winded response, and I apologize. But I know they spent enormous amounts of time, and then I would run in, make fun of them, and leave.
That's true.
Undoubtedly. All right, thanks, Nate.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Brian.
Same question I asked the first night when we presented the people. Question I have is, if I'm gonna bring a behavioral specialist on board, I would like to recoup all $40,000. I'm having a problem understanding why, if you have $40,000 there, we're not getting $40,000 worth of services there. It looks like we're picking up, you're keeping 2/3 of the money to keep more, and then you have this full-time person, or if it's because you can't let the people, you want to keep the same service, then why don't we reduce this position to a portion of a full-time person? It's really a dollar-cents issue right now, in my mind.
What I did, Ron, was in terms of the behavioral specialist, I didn't show an increase. If we didn't have the position on our payroll, I didn't show a $45,000 increase in contracted services. We reduced that.
But what you're telling me is then, this year here, we go from 40,000 to 85,000. Bingo. I've survived all these years with 40,000. Now we have to jump it up almost a whole person now. And the question is that realistic, that we get a full-time person in here, which is more than the 40,000 is providing us? Why wouldn't that be enough for this year as one of those issues?
This level of service is something that is probably only really become an issue for us over the last 3 years or so. What we had was intermittently, we may have individual students or individual situations that required a level of service, and at that time, it was appropriate to do it through contracted services. A few hours here, couple of days here, that sort of thing. What we've seen is over the last 2 years and 3 years, is as we've had more kids in district, we've developed more programming for kids with autism and emotional issues. We've seen that. I didn't, as a matter of fact, I would say to you, I should have increased my budget last year for this service. And we
To help clarify, I think, response, what do you anticipate paying in contracted service
For-
this year for this type of service? I think that's what Ron's trying to get at.
This year, I'm looking at, I believe it was about $36,000 for this service for 2 days a week.
But I'm gonna go back to my original, how many days do you have today?
2.
2 days. I'm giving you someone for 5 days next year because I'm hiring full-time. Why do I need the $36,000, or why do I need the extra money? You have 2 days now, you need 2 more days, and we're gonna give you 5 days. So you got an extra day. So I don't see why you need the $36,000 in contracted services. I'm not saying you don't need the person, I'm saying the $36,000 in contracted services.
Well, last year, when we budgeted for the contracted services, we looked at what our needs were for evaluations, different kinds of counseling, all those sorts of things that come into that account. I didn't project an increase in the behavioral specialist. We would make the appropriate, changes to meet our needs. What I didn't say was I needed to come in with another $30,000 of contracted services for the behavioral specialist.
Maybe you could try, I'm missing it.
Hey, can I intercede a minute? So Brian, I believe I hear you saying that you need to continue the contractual service with the behavioral specialist plus a full-time behavioral specialist to service the needs of not only the increased autistic population, but also the emotionally handicapped population that we're not servicing today. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that the contracted service that we
Because to Ron's
currently
point,
have,
that's what it
we would
sounds
have to do a phase-out. So this person has worked exclusively with parents, with individual kids, setting up all these individualized programs.
Right.
I wouldn't feel comfortable just dropping a new person in July 1st and saying, good luck. They don't know anything about the kids, they don't know anything about the history.
But if that person left tomorrow, you wouldn't have any options.
Right.
I mean, being realistic, you're providing the service. If this behavior specialist that worked for us, had worked for us for 5 years, and they got offered a fantastic job and they left, we couldn't do anything about it. We would drop somebody in that position.
Brian, let's look at it at this point. What we're saying is we need 5 days of service, is that correct? All right. If we are looking at,
Is that correct? Is that enough?
that's what I'm asking Brian.
Is
Is
that
it 5
enough?
days of service? that we-
Absolutely.
Okay.
What we've been-
All right,
To Ron's
all right.
point.
If we need 5 days of service, there are a couple options that we're looking at here. If we're gonna maintain 2 days of service through contracted service, then what we're looking at is a 60% position. Either that, or we look at a full position and we phase out that 2 days of contracted service. I think that's the point Ron is getting at. So that what we're saying is we would be able to reduce the contracted service line by the equivalent cost of what we're gonna pay this person for 2 days, shift that money to offset the total increase in the budget. So if we are not in the need of 7 days of service per week, but 5 days of service, I think that's the point. If we're looking for 5, then it's 60% and 40%, or we blend the full amount into the position, right, for 5 days of service. So the option, I think Ron is saying, is ours, whether we maintain 2 days of contracted service and a 60% position, or we go for the full position and we phase out that person this year. I don't think there's an argument that we need the position. It was, do we need 5 days or do we need 7?
That's correct.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. We need the 5 days, and then keeping the contracted services, I would look at about a half a day to maybe a full day a week for next year.
Then now you got 4 days and 1. You said you had 2, you needed 4. We're giving you 5. and we said we need 6. Again, I'm looking at a large budget increase here, and I'm trying to get that down. That's what I'm saying is I agree with you. I think you're on the right track going with an employee for this position. Not questioning that. I'm questioning the total dollars we're spending in this combined line item.
If our concept, and if I remember, your schedule was for a 5-day schedule, right? That's what we needed. So I think what we might be able to do is come back at a later point and say, look, the total amount of time we need is 5 days. So 5 days would either be, if it's 1 day with a contracted service, that's an 80% position with 20% contracted service. So if 20% of a contracted service, and I'll pick a number at random, is $15,000, and we had $30,000 still in the contracted service line, then we can remove $15,000 from the contracted service line. That gets taken off the bottom line of the budget because we're carrying 80% of the other. So I think what Ron and Dan are saying is, if we need 5 days, that's not the argument. What we've got to do is just come up with whatever formula we want. So if it's 2 days of contracted service and 3 days of employee, or 5 days of employee and no days of contracted service, that is a recommendation that we should come back to. And then whatever the dollar difference is, then that should come off the bottom line, because we're talking contracted service, which is general fund, and personnel, which is general fund. Is that a fair
correct.
assessment? Okay, there we go. We can move on now.
Any other questions?
Are there any other contracted services that, are we doing any physical therapy with contracted services?
Not this year.
Not this year.
Nate indicated we could move on, but first of all, I appreciate, as George had said, I appreciate this department, and even more so as I continued to learn over the last year being on the Special Education Committee. And great opportunity. What's the number of employees in this, in your organization? I know it's a hard question because some may work 0.3 hours and that, but total number of employees?
I think we have that.
We, in
Plus or minus,
executive
plus
summary,
or
I have it
minus
by building.
100.
We could add it up. It starts on page 289. It's a breakdown of all of our positions at the high school. Do you want me to add them up? Sorry, Steve, I actually don't have that number. It's, want it broken down by teachers?
Plus or minus 50. I had 160 people that worked for me 20 years ago.
It's about,
Before that, I think 6 years before that, I had 7. Now I have 2.
No, we've got 25 teachers at the high school. We've got 18 and a half teachers at the middle school. We've got 7 teachers at North. We've got, I skipped South. We've got 10 teachers, including the Friends program, Friends 2 program at Matthew Thornton. And we've got another 8 at South.
68.
On top of that, you've got 3 speech pathologists, or 1.5 speech pathologists, 1.7 speech pathologists, 2.8 speech pathologists.
Brian, I can help you with the allied health, okay? Allied health, which includes speech, OT, CODA, nurses, and physical therapies, is 30.6 people.
That's 100.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the assistants, we have, Kim's doing the math frantically.
I believe 151 in doing a very quick, long
Okay,
addition.
so actually, that's probably very good, because, so there's 100 professional staff, which
Of that.
most likely work a full day, and then 160 assistant or associated staff that work probably partial days, or some work partial days, some work full days.
Give or take my addition skills.
It's a similar question to that I asked of Mike Dolphin. And we can all remember he,
I don't have to kneel, do I?
no, but he wasn't very happy with me either. So, and that is, you've given a very good explanation of why you need the positions, and we've got an occupational therapist, a behavioral specialist, 18 hours of clerical time, some of which is transferred from another school. And I understand the issue of we're paying another organization for some of this. We're contracting out some of this, and if we pull it into the district, we can save money and all that. But can you tell me, and the community, why you couldn't pull upon the rest of your organization to either by time sharing, having them picking up part of these duties, or having them transferred from another organization to do these duties? You know, can you explain that or help the community with that? Why you couldn't do that?
Essentially, what we've done when we start the budget process is we look at the current services that we're required to provide to students and what our anticipated service needs are. So we essentially go school by school, grade by grade, student by student. It's X number of hours of reading instruction, it's X number of hours of in-class support, and we come up with what our total needs are. The only way that I could do that would be to cut other services to other programs, to other schools, or to other students.
Let me give you another example, too, just to help you. You need a behavioral specialist, and you presently contract that out. I've got enough people in the room. Is there anyone in here that qualifies as a behavioral specialist? Could you raise your hand? Okay. In case the camera didn't pick it up, I didn't get any, and I have probably 20 special education staff in the room. Do you have anyone else on your staff of the 250 people that you mentioned that could function as a behavioral specialist?
Not a one.
Could be trained as a behavioral specialist?
If we would have started a program 3 years ago. It's a pretty intensive licensing. It's a pretty specialized individual, and they're hard to find. They are hard to find. There is nobody presently in district who has the appropriate certification or licensing for that area of expertise.
Some that aren't as hard to find, my apologies, but clerical 18 hours. You indicated reduction of services. Is there any other reason why you couldn't find some of that time within the?
It wasn't 18.
That's what I jotted down.
The 3 transfer.
3 hours. Well, you've got 3 hours at Moose Hill, and then we added an hour a day to the secretarial position at the high school.
At the high school, to increase that from a 6-hour position to a 7-hour position. That's right.
So that would.
So it's 4.
Right, it's only 4 hours. All right, I jotted 18.4.
And the high school increase, that's our other schools, again, have 7-hour positions to support the programs. The high school has been a 6-hour position. Our high school has the better part of 400 kids in our program, and the service need is there and has been there. This was just the first year I could convince the superintendent.
To that point, Nate, I'd like to compliment you on one thing. The department heads are coming in and they're presenting to what you have agreed to. I'm sure they came to you with larger, in some cases, larger requests.
I think that's a fair assessment.
I can't say it any other way, but we haven't really heard any whining, and I appreciate.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. One more number. You talked about we have 1,000 students, and that grows and shrinks as different needs exist. We service ages 3 to graduation or 21. A very simple question. What is the lowest dollar figure a special education student cost per year? And what is the highest dollar figure a special education student might cost per year?
I would say the lowest would be, if you had to attach time to dollars, would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of our average per pupil cost plus maybe $1,000 or a couple $1,000 more for a student who might receive minimal services to a student who may receive extensive services in and out of district placement. So maybe a couple of thousand to 70, 80,000 plus.
And you could have a blind student come into the district, which could be 100 or more.
Or more. Tomorrow, we could have.
And I'm sorry, I picked out a particular disability,
But certainly, I mean,
trying to get a
one of the
high-
things that we're obviously very aware of is the fact that there is a certain amount of volatility involved in special education. Just as we could have a couple of children move out of district tomorrow, we could have twice as many move in the week after. So there is a certain amount of sort of risk from a cost perspective.
And do we cover the Special Education Trust Fund tonight or at another meeting?
We're not, we can discuss it, but we're not making any recommendation for addition to the Special Ed Trust Fund. Right now, I believe we have $100,000. And we're not making a recommendation to have a warrant article placed to have any additional monies go in.
Which would be a method to deal with an extraordinary
Yes.
situation. Thank you. Dan?
Steve, I'm not sure what your question was centered around relative to the lowest cost and the highest cost, because you could use that same argument for a student in regular education. I could take all AP classes or maybe take all the foreign language so the cost to educate each child in a regular education program is not identical either, even though we use an average. So I think what I heard presented tonight was the severity of the needs of these children are increasing dramatically. And as we saw, and I think you both did an excellent job in the presentation of that on statistical sample, or the statistical breakout as well as the cost. The other issue relative, and I heard tonight, relative to the clerical support, particularly at the lower levels, is the additional burden placed on the professional staff relative to state and federal mandates. And I think I, as a singular board member, don't support servicing those requirements, clerical duties, by professional staff. I too have had 100 people report to me, and as little as myself, and I do clerical duties, but does that make good use of my time? Because it makes sense to put that professional staff in front of the students, and maybe that's where you get some of the bang of the buck. And I'm sure in our analysis earlier relative to your analysis as to cost savings, I believe we would have cost savings in hiring some of these clerical positions, because children do move out of coded programs too. So to your example of reading, maybe we can assist. Not everybody's severe disabled. We have children that you saw identified that have the ability to move out as they get up into the upper grade levels. So if we can get the professional staff in front of these children and provide support services, and our federal and state mandates going to go down on reporting requirements, I would assume not. So what they're going to be, I don't know. But the severity, you can't look at special ed only in numbers. You got to look at the severity of each child's disability and what that entails. Also, we heard tonight at the elementary in Moose Hill that some of the clerical is because of the parental involvement. I've often said that once children get to the high school, and I'm not taking away from anybody, but once children get to the high school, parental involvement drops off a little bit. It's much more, I think, what's the right word I'm looking for, much more involved at the elementary. Not from assistance, I'm sure they do a great job in the parental assistance, but they want to know what they can do at home. They want to know how they can help these children. They get into the lower or there's program development that, you know, they come in and seek. Maybe that happens at the high school, but I do not know. But at the elementary, the LEAP programs, I think the parental involvement is much more, which puts more strain on the staff. Not strain, I'm sure they're happy to do that, but puts more time commitments on the staff. So I'm not sure, if you look, and I could sit here and say, well, geez, we had 1,000 students 5 years ago and we got 1,000 students today. So if I'm just doing it on a per pupil, I say, geez, what happened? But I believe the severity, the reporting requirements, the involvement, the additional programs that we put in place based on our votes as the board have certainly, and I'll tell you, looking at these people sitting right here, I'd put our district par none to other districts. And Ron's point, I didn't understand what he really said, but I think I did, that I think we could better service a dairy student in our own programs. And I assume that meant it would have been a better opportunity for that child, but unfortunately it's court placement. I assume that's what you were saying.
That's exactly what we're saying.
So I think we've spent money, we've had cost avoidance, and geez, that's where I stand on this. But it doesn't hurt to ask these questions, and I support it, but you're not asking for a lot. That's where I am.
The reason that I asked the questions, and again, I said that they indicated that they were simple. I would bet that if you were to ask a member in this community, ask them what age we were required to educate a special education student to, they wouldn't know.
Oh, sure.
90% of them wouldn't know that it's 21.
No, they wouldn't know it's 3 either.
And they wouldn't know that it was 3 on the other end. I would bet that 95% or higher wouldn't know that we have 1,000 students that are serviced by special needs. And I would bet that no one would know that there's needs as low as $1,000 on top of our $7,500 we pay for our regular education students. And I guarantee that no one would know that sometimes it's over $100,000 per student. So that was the reasoning behind my making it simple and trying to help the community to understand the breadth of the special education program. So not to slice up the $2.5 million, but that's, you know,
Steve, can I
that's where
make
we
one?
are. Please.
I'd ask the board and the budget committee, has everybody been down to the LEAP program and just observed it? I would suggest, I'm sure Brian or Bonnie would love to have you go down. I mean, we go through the buildings and we look at the maintenance issues, but go down there during a day. Or go to the Friends program or the Friends 2 program during the day and get a flavor of what it is. Have you guys all been?
The students that are in it.
No, but have you been in the program during the day? Right.
I have watched the cable program they did,
Go,
because I'm unable to go during the day, Dan.
me either, but,
Yeah.
yeah. But
I
have
thought the
been.
cable program was very informative that they did on that.
But they haven't done one on the Friends 2 program yet.
No, just the LEAP program.
But I would suggest for any board members who haven't been there to go during the day, or watch the cable.
Steve?
Ron and then Paul.
That's
Brian, you have one other chart in here that I think you should talk about. It's on page 287. One of the things we say, and perception that people in Groves are moving into Londonderry because of the special ed program. I think you need to talk about this chart here, which turns out to be a very small number.
good point.
This chart, we keep to track the number of kids who are moving in, the number of kids who are moving out, and what the net increase or decrease is. This is a chart that is an old chart in the executive summary that's been around for a while, but we do this. There don't tend to be any real patterns that we're able to get out of this. There isn't anything that's a real, gives us real tangible data, but we do track this just to see how many kids are moving in, how many kids are moving out, and what our net increase or decrease is. You can see, for example, looking at North School, there was an increase. Matthew Thornton, there was a 1 student decrease. But again, to the point that of the 6 that moved in, 1 student could have extensive programmatic needs and could equal more than 1 student, so to speak, in terms of what they actually require.
I think,
Can I, guess what I'm saying here is, as I look at this, our special ed population, there's a total, a net of 7 increases over all the schools for this year, 2006, 2007. That means the other 994 students that we have in the program are homegrown. They're in the town, they're playing in our school district. It isn't that we're getting 30, 40, 50 students a year coming into the town, migrating because we have this special education program. And that's a perception that I've heard in the community, that people are moving in the groves in the area of special education because we offer these services. This chart and the previous year's charts tell me that's not a true fact. That's the point I was driving at.
Good point.
And to that subject, there was a, I know I routed them to you, there was, the press recently did an article, or within the last 3 to 4 months, did an article on special education in the region. And again, from the community, we hear, oh, we're the largest, provider of special education of any district in the region. But the article that was written, we didn't show up at the top of the list. We showed up somewhere in the middle.
Right.
Again, I think the general community, sometimes just, we'd like to help them to understand the reality of special education. And it's difficult because, the cases are not, we don't disclose them or discuss the students individually, that type of thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the camera is not going to be on this workspace over here. So if there's anybody that slips up to get cookies, feel free to. I'd weight them, but I have a cookie hiding up here behind the counter, and I don't trust Ron. District office?
Peter?
Yes. At the conclusion of the Director of Pupil Services, that pretty much includes the presentations of all the direct services in regards to curriculum, and as a user case, we move into the business support side of the school district, and the first one is all the accounts and expenses associated with the SAU office. They involve the operation of the office itself, the district-wide benefits, taxes, regular ed transportation, and the list of accounts starts on page 203. The current budget for the SAU office, or the district office, is $15,804,904. The proposed budget by the superintendent is $17,348,070. That calculates to an increase of $1,543,166. Of that $1,500,000, $1,471,070 is found in 2 accounts. No surprise. Health insurance and retirement comprise of $1,471,000. Before I go into the section district office, we talked a couple times in the buildings about the copiers. So I know it's not the section district office, but are there any questions about, about the copiers, the 28 that's will be up for review, or anything else like that before we get into, the actual district office section? It's probably a good time since the copiers, the contract is run out of the district office.
Except that we have a light schedule on December 19th, and we'll be doing capital lease then.
Well, the copiers are not part of the capital lease that we term the capital lease. The copiers are a rental agreement or a lease agreement on its own, separate of what we call the capital lease. what we do is, in reality, in accounting terms, we'll rent X amount of copiers on a contractual basis, or lease them on a contractual basis for 3 years. So I don't want to put the copiers in the same discussion as the capital lease when we talk about computers, IT, trucks, and that kind of thing. It's up to you. I just thought it was a good time since the district office does the contract for this.
You wanna go there tonight or not?
Tuesday.
My concern is it's like math at last period in the day,
Okay.
that's all. What's the total dollar figure for, per year that we spend on the copiers?
I think I agree with you, Steve. Good leases.
Just only because that night's lighter.
Think you get in total?
Here I go again. 50,000, 100,000, 250,000.
We have it in one.
There it is.
Go ahead.
It's here, I have it.
1 second. We totaled everything but that. The total, in the proposed budget, district-wide for all the copiers, that includes the rental and estimated volume, is just over $273,000.
Yeah, let's go over that December 19th. It's a pretty big number.
Right.
Well, let's do it as a separate item on December 19th.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's okay. I just thought I'd bring it up for,
No, and the reason I asked on how much, if it was a small number, then we could cover it, but since it's,
it wasn't a small
and
number.
that's a yearly fee. We'll talk about it then.
My executive summary is on page 199. It really talks about 3 areas, student transportation, space needs, retirement, and the back is voice messaging system. But I do want to talk about first is space needs, since this particular paragraph kind of dovetail into special education. On Tuesday, the board got a presentation from myself on South School requesting, and the board graciously approved $200,000, or to put it on the ballot, or warrant $200,000 of A&E for South School. We talked about it when we did the actual presentation, but I thought it'd be a good time to bring it up. What the administration is asking, in addition to $200,000 for architectural engineering for space needs, is $25,000. I'll use the word architectural because we're not engineering. Architectural assistance on determining, based on the needs of the district on special ed, I think Ron brought this up at South School, given the needs district-wide of special ed, what renovations, and I think in particular, we're looking at the middle school, might we need to do in order to service the population coming ahead? I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure we're not looking at any new construction as, additional square footage. But as the population comes up and some certain needs are required, Chuck and I and Nate agree that some architectural assistance would be needed into locating and designing the space that's appropriate for the kids. I.e., there may be some plumbing needs, and obviously, we'll need help on the best area to locate a room that requires some plumbing or bathrooms, that type of assistance. So that's what, when you look at the, on the spreadsheet, the tax calculation spreadsheet, it says 225,000, and that's 200 for the South School and 25 for this project or consultation. I just want to make that clear out. I thought it's nice to what, as I said, Brian just finished the special needs area.
To Ron's point earlier, I wonder if there's, would be any reimbursement for outfitting of space.
I can look at that. There's, unfortunately, and I don't want to give you a definitive answer. The new rules on building aid require a substantial amount of renovation. Requires extensive amount of renovation on new construction. When you're talking about new construction, certain dollar amount of threshold for renovation in order to qualify for building aid. But I think in this context, we can go back and look at if we did some kind of renovations for these particular needs, would it qualify for building aid?
I was actually thinking Medicaid and federal program. Ron?
Boy, 25,000 seems like a lot of money when I'm looking at it, because we're not asking for architectural and engineering drawings or anything like that. We're just asking for some conceptual assistance on that. I'm thinking that number is a lot less than that, unless I'm missing the point and you're looking for architectural drawings to go out for bid on something that we're not aware of.
I'm not sure I'll get as deep as going out to bid for, but I think I think we want it enough to where we can identify what we need to do and where and what renovations we would need to do in order to meet the needs.
Can we go see if we can get a better number? It just seems too high for me.
No,
The reason the 400,000 that we use, it's got some basis to come up with a cost of a building, because we're gonna issue the drawings so we can get a guaranteed maximum price. We're nowhere near that type of phase. In fact, it's not even in our CIP plan. So what I'm looking for is, I assume it's going conceptual, someone to pull out the drawings, look to see what plumbing is, see what size of the rooms is, and see what the most advantageous rooms are to play with.
Okay, you understand that
I understand where you're going, but I'm just saying the 25 seems awful high to me.
That's fine. If we start on page 203, most of the accounts, as I kind of alluded to, are pretty much level funded, except when you get in the areas of health insurance and retirement. We start off with the school board accounts with expenses for the district meeting. Second one, school board professional service, and that's simply just a dollar amount that the school board has at their discretion, should they desire a consultant or an outside agency to look at a particular program or conduct a special audit of some kind. School board, it's called supplies, actually the reimbursement, expense reimbursements for the board, dues and fees. Then the cost of the audit, cost of legal services.
Discuss them as we go.
We can.
Hey,
Somebody
Peter.
raises a question.
I've been here a while. There's $9,000 of expense reimbursements to the school board. I haven't been reimbursed a dime.
But I've only been here a year.
I don't think that's the right explanation of that category. What's that for? It's not to the school board. Well, that's what you said.
I know that. It's other,
Well, if I'm speaking out of turn, I apologize.
no, I understand.
I was gonna ask the same question.
Didn't want to ask my colleagues if they ever asked for anything, because I never have, but
It's reimbursements.
Consensus is we never
The
did.
school board, on an annual basis, provides the teacher welcoming luncheon. That's what this account is charged to, the expense that this is charged to.
Okay, I guess.
It's, if the school board,
if a family member passes away, we
Right.
send.
Yeah, I have no, okay, I understand now, but I didn't want people to think we're getting $9,000 traveling around.
no,
That's what you said.
I didn't mean it like to trouble, I meant, you know,
Wow,
there's,
okay. Did anybody else think that?
Yes, I did. I was gonna ask, except he looked that
I
way
was,
first.
I was gonna ask you individually all later.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
So when we receive an email from the superintendent that says we've sent a,
Yeah,
Yes.
yes.
yes,
something,
flower arrangement.
an arrangement.
I have no
to-
problem with that.
Okay, that's what,
That's
that's
what it
where
is.
this money
Yes, sir.
may come
I
from.
thought I was getting cheated there for a minute.
We don't send anything when people get pregnant, right?
Especially if we had to send them to the middle school.
Yeah, we do, it's called extended.
The repairs and maintenance, for the copiers, postage, the advertising for the SAU office. Printing, this is for all the forms. Emergency cards. Conference miles, general supply for the SAU office, any new equipment that might be requested, replacement equipment, and dues and fees that come out of the employees that are in the SAU office.
George?
Hey, Peter, just back up to 500, 550 printing. I know now that we put the Insider Press in the Londonderry Times.
Yeah.
That created a savings for us. Is that not true?
Yes.
And that's a question. I mean, I'm gonna go back to where Tom was going earlier. Where is the savings shown? What line? Is it gonna be in printing?
Yes.
So what printing line is it in?
Well,
Because it's not this one, because this has been level for,
it's been level
Last
funded,
year.
but if you look at last year, we spent 12,500
right?
for, it's not just Insider Press, it's all the forms that we do. So Insider Press may be majority of this, but it's not just that.
No, I understand, but yeah, okay, so last year we spent 12,000, this year already we've spent 9,600.
Right.
So where is all the savings from? I mean, was it a wash? I mean, did we just save labor time in the Insider
Most
Press
of it
by going
was-
to Londonderry Times, or was there an actual dollar value?
It was in postage of sending it
Okay,
out.
okay, so when I get down to a postage line, I'm gonna see an increase of $2,400 to account for the 39-cent stamp, I'm assuming. I don't see, you gotta have to show me now where the savings is, and maybe it's just not here, I don't know.
But it was 2 years.
It's been more than 2 years. It's been 2 years.
I'll go back and show it, but I'm
I
trying to
mean,
figure out.
if we're saying we're saving money, I wanna see where we're saving the money.
Wasn't a whole lot of savings.
Dan? Oh, sorry. You were all set, George? I didn't mean-
Yeah, I'm good, sorry, didn't mean to belabor it.
No, I didn't mean to jump.
Hey,
off of
Peter,
you.
can we turn to page 207 for a minute?
Jeez, we haven't even gotten it.
I,
Didn't get there yet.
I don't remember. Life and disability insurance.
Yep.
Last year's actual was 85,000. What we have encumbered is 125,000, we're budgeting 145. How did that number double in 2 years?
Short-term disability for the teachers.
That's right. Fair enough. Yeah, we negotiated that in the last contract. That's what I said, I didn't remember. Thank you.
So, now I'm lost.
We should say, that was offset with a give back by the teachers of sick days.
Yes, sir.
So that was a win for the district. It's reflected here, but the cost savings is elsewhere in the budget.
Bottom line.
Before you go on, you mentioned emergency cards, small item, but one of the things that you're proposing is a student management system for $230,000. Would that eliminate the need for emergency cards?
No, the emergency
Printing.
cards are the 3x5 or the large cards that we send out at the beginning of each year. And we have the parents fill in what's emergency contact information. What we used to do was send out a blank. I think Mr. Campo, rightly so, kind of,
But you sent 7 or 8 of them out to each
remember 'em.
person.
and they were blank. Now what we do for the student management system is we'll send the emergency cards with the latest information we have on particular students, and then ask the parents to make any changes that have happened. But those have to be printed and then sent out on an annual basis, usually the first week of school.
Okay, I shouldn't ask the question. So that's with the student management system we already have.
Yes.
Does that, so.
Go to the page. I guess I'm on page 206. Business office, purchase services. This is where I would use this account for, again, for any, usually it's either engineering or architectural or surveying projects that come along that either the board has asked for, or is a project that's off budget. For example, when we save money on the telephone, renewing the telephone service, we hired a consultant to help us send the RFP out, and then evaluate the RFP, and then help us with a selection of the new telephone service. So that would come out of this particular line. When we have surveying, for example, if you want to take a look at expanding parking or something, we'll have Volmer come out and help us do some surveying or whatever, that would come out of this account. So these are things that you can't always predict 18 months from today, what small projects in engineering or consulting or architectural we'll be looking at. Then we used to have the line, athletic insurance, but that's covered now by our property liability insurance carrier. Recruitment is the level funded from this current year to next year, and that's all the advertisements, and costs associated with the recruiting, mostly obviously the teachers and other professional staff. And then we get into.
And before you go off of that, if no one else has a recruiting question, haven't we, I'll use the term of the year, haven't we received a cost avoidance by going to online advertising for those positions versus paper?
I was hoping you'd ask that. Okay. Greatly. We have a great recruitment specialist that is unbelievable on finding us discounts, finding any way to advertise for as cheap as we can get. Just to give you a little idea, back in FY 2000, we spent $17,800. 2001, $22,000. FY02, $15,000. FY03, $12,000. FY04, $9,000. FY05, $8,000. And now we're down to $5,000. Mainly because of online advertising. That's everybody now, the student class coming up, nobody buys a Sunday paper anymore. that to advertise now in that doesn't get us anywhere. Everything is online, and that's it. So we've really been able to say. So thank you for asking that.
And that wasn't a setup. Thank you for knowing your business section. I appreciate it. Okay.
Student transportation. As I mentioned in my executive summary, the proposal for the upcoming school year would be to take 2 regular ed buses out of the fleet. Currently, we have 37 buses doing grades 1 to 12. And then we have 6 buses doing the kindergarten, and the way the kindergarten is set up is 6 buses in the morning, there's a fleet of 12 runs in the midday, and then 6 buses taking afternoon students home. This proposal takes down 2 regular ed bus routes, and and obviously that's where the savings, the small savings in transportation. Questions on the effect of?
Adriana?
It's actually not related at all, but can you refresh my memory? The current year expended and encumbered, what period is that covering? What period does that column go through? I don't want to have to go through the whole budget.
What we would do in a contract like this, we would encumber the entire amount.
No, I understand
For
that.
the budget.
It wasn't specific to that account. I'm just wondering, is this through 4 months of
What's
the
this
school
run rate
year?
through?
We changed the format.
Just July 1st through June 30th of this year.
The report,
2007.
I'm sorry.
No, I think it's
10 months or 12 months?
No.
They encumber the whole thing because it's a contract, it's almost a fixed cost.
But the ones where it's not encumbered and it's just a true year-to-date number,
Right.
is that July through October? I don't remember where you.
Oh, the fiscal
Okay.
year is July 1 to June
No,
30.
that's not-
Okay,
10 months to
last year,
12 months.
July through October 31st, is it July through?
Oh, okay.
This column here, when you don't encumber, I understand that you encumber and you put in the whole placeholder
Right.
for the whole year. In some cases, it's just a true year-to-date expense.
now, in this case, since last year, it was the true year-to-date expense. This year, it's the encumbrance and the expense. We changed that format, and Peter spoke to it the first night.
Anita, let's ask the question, if this was another line item
Well,
for
use print,
pencils.
use printing.
Yeah,
For
use
printing.
any basic
Where
expense,
was the
please.
book printed and when did you stop the book? I think that's the
As
question.
of, I'm sorry?
Where did you, when you printed
What's
the
the
book
cutoff
up,
date?
where was
Right,
the
what's
number for
cutoff
just
date
printing?
for that.
It was as of that date, 11/28. Anything
11
that was encumbered
Okay.
or
or paid as of 11/28.
11/28. That was, I knew it
Date
was in
that it
here
was
someplace, and I didn't want to go
printed.
crazy looking for it. November 28th, okay.
Actually, it was the day before, but.
Right. I'm just trying to get an
Oops.
idea if in some cases it was 5 months.
Okay.
You know.
But we
I
changed the format from last year.
No, I'm not comparing
Yeah.
it to last year, and I'm also, I understand the whole.
You
encumbrance.
requested that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Health insurance.
Just before you do, excuse me, Peter.
Yep.
On the student transportation, in your memory, when was the last time we made a change in the bus count in the fleet?
Haven't been, not since I've been here. I don't know, Ron, they've been here.
We've always increased it.
We've increased
Always
it.
gone up.
Always increased it. So it's probably
Based
been
on
level for a
student-
number of years. All right.
It's been level since I've been here.
Okay, so that's quite some time. I just want to mention that this was something I think that was of interest to some folks with the declining populations, particularly the elementary schools that drive a lot of this, that wondering if there were some opportunities, and you guys did the analysis and determined there was an opportunity to pull it in our belt and still provide good, safe service. So I applaud you for going through that and finding a place where we can make those adjustments.
Yeah, health insurance. Health insurance. The cutoff date for health insurance, the way, on the calculation of the plans and so forth was October 4th. Okay, so what we do is, we look at the plan, we look at the number of participants and the number of plans, single, two-person, family, and whatever plans they're in, as of on October 4th. And then use the 11.6% increase on the present premiums, and that derived the number that's here now. There's, I guess.
Peter, for new hires, we're still using the two-person,
Two-person as the budget plan.
so we don't use the single,
Right,
or we don't use the family.
or the family either.
Yeah, we simply don't know. So we try to use, we've done that for a number of years now.
Dental rate,
Peter, real quick, you may have said it, and I may have zoned out. The 11.6, is that actual or is that an estimated increase?
estimated.
Okay, when do we?
It won't go, it would not go any higher than that.
When do we expect to see, are we expecting to see any actual rates before the budget?
You might get school cares rates. The way the local government center works is, this is the 11.45 was the guarantee, what they call guaranteed maximum, so it won't go any higher than that.
Right.
Truthfully, I would think, and this is a little bit more educated than just a pure guess, that rate would probably come down by about 0.1, maybe 0.2.
When
We'll get
would,
the actual we won't get till April.
But what about, majority of our employees are on school care?
School care.
We generally get that before we go to
And
deliberative
we'll have
session.
that. We should have that, and then we'll,
when should we have it? Or is it a reasonable estimate? To Steve's point, yes. I guess.
I'll check with them with Suzie. I think we should be getting it long before we come back in January for when we get the general budget numbers.
When we get it, we'll
Yeah, and-
readjust the
and-
budget.
Yes.
If it's lower, obviously, we'll.
That's what we did last
We'll
year.
take the average down.
Yes.
You remember that? We adjusted it.
I'm just checking on the date.
Good point.
All set in health insurance. Dental rate, I think the budget committee, was aware of this, doing the town, there was no increase on the dental premiums. What you see here is just simply using the premiums, and they said, calculating the number of participants on the various plans. And then, the next few lines is just simply calculations off the salaries, given the various rates for life and disability, Social Security, Medicare, retirement. Retirement, we have broken out by employees, and we have retirement for teachers. And as I think the Budget Committee is aware, and I think the board's been aware, the retirement has gone up significantly, mainly due to the retirement system trying to get to 100% solvent. And at the moment, the entire increase is on the employer, mainly because the state law prohibits the rate to be passed on to employees, at least at this time, until the legislature does something.
Hey, Peter, real quick on the current year, is that a factual number now? Do we have the formula for the
For-
existing year? 2006, 2007?
Retirement, you're talking?
Yes.
That's
Talking about this, I think.
we're talking retirement employees and teachers?
Yes.
Yeah, these two here.
We're not going to get a major surprise this year, or is
No.
that the
No,
actual
it
number?
It starts for the July 1.
But we never have, right. Okay, so we all, okay. When do we actually get the number from the state for the following, or for
For the rates?
the 2008 year, yes?
We have them.
We have them now.
Oh, okay, so
That-
this is actual.
These have been calculated using
Okay.
the rates supplied by the state, and then, get times the rates times the salaries.
Okay.
This is money
Just so
we have
everyone's aware.
to pay
No,
them
right.
versus money they're going to give us.
I just want to want to let everybody
See how
know
they-
also that
You can figure that out quick.
the general fund covers all the benefits for all employees, including those in the IDA grants, federal funds, whatever. The only thing that food service covers is Social Security and Medicare. And the reason why we do that is so we get all the direct expenses on the IDA grant. Then we have retirement for other, unemployment, workers' comp, health benefits other.
Hey,
That's for-
Peter, I got a question, on workers' comp.
Yep.
How did that go up 30%? I remember Ron and I went with you and Susie up there, and I understand why it went down that year, but how did it increase 30%?
I'll have to go back and see what they did with the rate. Don't forget salaries go up also.
Yeah, but when you do check,
That's considerable salary adjustment for that.
We're gonna-
I understand,
I
you know, a year or two ago, you, Ron, Susie, and I went up there, and
Right.
we negotiated I understand the 109 to 77, but we haven't changed that program, have we?
No, but I have to look at the mod factor and see if that had
Okay,
changed.
could you get
at all
back to me on
since.
that? Because a 30% increase is, you know,
and when you do, I've read some articles that it's actually going down in the state for employers, so.
And really the question you have is then there's almost virtually no reason that we've made the switch. Because we're back up to the original cost here.
well, there was a big savings when we
Exactly,
made that.
right, and now it almost looks like we got you and
No, you're saving,
And we were guaranteed that was not the
case.
you're saving, I know the rates that the other company is charging both on workers' comp and on property liability trust.
I guess the question I'm looking at is.
I can go back and look at the
Yeah,
rate.
because we asked a specific question, this is not a one-year savings, and we're gonna start going up again.
Yeah, because we're-
Well, hold on,
Remember
the rate that you talked about of holding for 3 years was property liability trust. Your workers' comp was always based on your actual claims and your salary. That was, so I have to, let me go back and check the rate and the mod factor.
But you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
I wouldn't anticipate a 30% increase in 1 year. Okay, fair enough.
Go down to bond payments.
Oh, 2 years, I'm sorry.
Pretty much down to the debt schedule, which is the actual bond payments, the interest payments, and the capital leases.
Question there.
Yeah.
Probably a year ago, and I know you have it, you provided us with a debt retirement schedule.
It's in the back,
Yes.
isn't it?
So can we?
It's the last
Oh,
page.
it is? I didn't see it.
Page 55.
Okay. What page is it?
I thought it was on 55.
sorry,
That's-
where is it?
Page 55.
Page 55?
He says 55, I thought it was
Oh.
further in the book.
Let's take a peek at it. Oh, here it is. I'll take a quick read of it.
Please.
Oh, no, you can go
I
on.
understand.
Anybody
I
has any
understand.
other questions? Yeah.
You have anything else other than debt schedule, Steve?
I mean, I don't know what any questions you want to have on the debt schedule. Everything's there, including the North School, which is the latest one.
Which, what's falling off? And when? What's the first thing to fall off and when?
You got a while to go before your first, principal falls off. I think it's 2018 is your next, your actual bond payment, your principal payment.
And that is what item that falls off?
2018 is, your refunding way back in 86 goes away.
And we
That's your first large debt payment that goes away.
and we did a refunding on,
The refunding was on the middle school, and then there was some other renovations built, but the main 10.6 was the renovations and additions to the middle school.
Tom Frida? Oh,
Peter, on page 209, a district-wide lease, you have a proposal for $319,538, account number 50912.
Yeah?
Why is that number different than the capital lease expenditures on page 4, $606,296?
Hold on, go back to 204.
There's nothing in 204.
What page are you on, Tom? We
Well,
can't
the
hear you.
first page is 209,
Yeah,
and then page 4.
page 4. Hang on, let me get there. You're talking the 600,000?
Yes.
That's the value of the lease. In other words, we are proposing to expend $609,000 for capital equipment. That's not, but what this here is,
At the full lease payment since the term of the lease?
no, that's, when we talk on Tuesday, we're gonna request to the board to go out and receive a note of a 3 or 5 year note for $609,000 of equipment that we expect to purchase. And then we'll take that $600,000 and finance it over 3 or 5 years. That's what that 600,000 is. What you see on page 209 is a summarization of the annual payments for leases that have been secured 2, 3, 4 years ago. So if you go on page 55, at the bottom, it says lease payments. You'll see the annual cost of the capital leases that have been secured 4, 5, 2, 3, 4 years ago. That's what that is. The 609 is $609,000 menu that we're gonna ask the board to review and approve. So then, in September, let's say we spend right down to the penny, 609,000. I would take that 609, go out, find the best rate, and finance 609 over, let's say, 3 years. So I'm just making it up. So we would add $200,000 for the next 3 years to pay for the items to be expended.
So there'll be no current year expenditure this year?
$5,000.
$5,000.
The reason we put 5,000 is to, it's a legal, it's from the legal, business legal firm. What they want to do is to show to really DRA and the state and others that the board had always intended to secure a capital lease of X dollars for capital equipment. And so by putting 5,000 in that line, it gives an example that that was a down payment towards a capital lease to be secured later on down the road. What bond counsel and audit firms are looking for is, they don't want to see any evidence that the school board or the district took a note of $600,000 because we were gonna go over our bottom line, and that's not the case. And by putting this number in there, it shows that, that going into the budget development, we fully intended to spend this amount of money on capital items and not, it's separate of the operating budget.
Peter, if I understand correctly, the first payment on lease, aside from the 5,000, would show up in fiscal year '09, not
Yes.
fiscal year '08, right?
Yes.
Okay.
First Ron and then Dan.
Can I just
Oh,
follow up?
please, I'm sorry, I thought they may be assisting on it too.
Then if you're not paying for a year, isn't effectively the cost of that capital lease going to be in excess of $606,000, $609,000, $606,000?
Well,
You
it'd
get
be,
the deferred interest.
it'd be 609 plus interest.
So why don't you, I don't understand, why aren't you booking that?
I think the answer is you're not booking it. Consider the lease as a revenue source. And that's really what it is. It's a revenue source that we're gonna receive into the district. From the lease company, we're gonna get a check like we get from the state as a revenue source of $609,000, which we have expenses against. We would not, when we do a bond issue, similarly, we tell you what the price of it, what we book, we put in there, we receive $5.5 million worth of bond. We don't put all the interest charges in there. That goes into the debt schedule each year.
Tom, if you look on page 3, you know, of the tax rate calculation sheet,
Yeah.
pretty much towards the bottom, under, you know, in the revenue section, you'll see the 609,000 as revenue. The way municipalities, school districts, when we get bond proceeds, unlike the private sector, bond proceeds are considered revenue. So what we did was, we show you the 609,000, and then we offset it with the cost or the request of 609,000 of items to be expended. The effect on the tax rate, forget the 5,000 for a second, the effects on the tax rate is 0 for the FY '08. And as Steve Young alluded to a week or two ago, what we'll do is, on the FY '09, if we're here doing FY '09 budget, you'd see an annual payment of 200, just say 200,000, just for discussion, as the first of the 3 or 5, whatever way we do of this lease that we're talking about.
All right. But what you're getting is that you're pushing the interest a year later. You're getting the use of it for free, but next year, I'm picking up the interest cost.
Right.
So I think, Tom, you see it as a, I don't want to call it a short-term liability, but a medium-term liability that should be somehow booked.
Yeah.
In other words, like the fact that we record what
Well, the
sick
fact-
time may cost over a period of time,
It's in there, okay.
that should somehow be recorded.
Well, I'll say for the record, and if you look at the audit report, these leases are shown as future liabilities of the district, right along the same as the debt payments, you know, the bond payments that have been approved go out to somewhere like 2020, 23 or whatever.
If you have two entries of a revenue and an expense, you don't have a liability showing anywhere.
You wouldn't have the liability until you wouldn't have any liability until the first item is purchased, which is through the lease.
So this is just essentially a line of credit until you make your purchases? You can draw on this 606?
No. What we do is.
The cash.
What we do is we would draw the 609 or thereabouts through cash flow. And then once we know how much we've spent and the reason why we do this, I'll give a perfect example. In the lease is a budget, $230,000 for a student information system, which is a budget number, okay, which could go, I don't think it'll go any higher, I mean, it could go lower. If I was to do it, if the school board were to approve the items as listed, 609,000, and I was to do a note right away for 609,000, then the student information system comes in at 150. Now I'm borrowing on $80,000 that I'm not even using. I'm making interest payments on $80,000 that I didn't even use.
And you don't do that.
So what we do is, because 95, almost 100%, I should say, of the expenditures in the capital lease are done probably within 3 months. From July we start to pretty much end of August, 9/10 of the 609 has been spent or committed. Because we're talking, usually it's trucks, usually it's computers that are done over the summer, and usually it's small, I'll call it small equipment for buildings and grounds, which are purchased over the summer. So by the time school opens, of the 609, somewhere in the order of 575, 580 is already expensed. And at that point, we already know what else is being encumbered. We can then start the process of going out to bid with the banks. So by the middle of September, October, we're receiving the cash back from the banks. So we may be cash flowed 1 month of 609,000.
Maybe if you can explain to me, because I don't understand this. If I'm voting on town meeting this year on this budget, there is no tax effect by these entries, because it comes in and it goes out.
Yes.
And then the first day of the next year, all of a sudden, there's a $600,000 liability.
No, it's a third of it because he typically pulls a
Well,
3-year lease.
600 liability, an annual payment, right, 600 liability, annual payment of, let's say, $200,000 or thereabouts.
But the people in the second year, the following year, didn't get to vote on that liability, and it's there already.
But as part of
But they don't get to vote on bond items either. I mean, those people that just moved into the town didn't get to vote on the new town hall.
Of course, it's a lease. Yes, they do, because it's listed in our budget and we explain it in the budget.
Yes.
So that's what it is, with the $5,000 saying that's the commitment. To vote against the lease, theoretically, you would vote the default budget and say, I'm gonna vote the default budget, and the lease is not in the default budget.
But
Yes.
I don't mean to debate, but no, that doesn't work because the lease is in the default budget because it's a contract. If we executed the lease,
I'm
I've
talking
always
about
been
the
told,
The new one,
no. The
$600,000.
The lease from last year, in using the analogy you did, now the new people that move into town don't get to vote on that, but they have to spend it.
Yes.
That lease is in the default budget
part of
because
contractual.
it's a contract that we entered into.
Right. What I'm saying is the money this year, the $600,000 that Tom is talking about, is explained in the budget. And with the default budget that we have right now, it's one of the few items that are
That would not be
that
in
would
the
not be
default.
in.
That's
If the
correct.
town voted for the budget as the default budget this year, we would not go out for the lease.
No, But do you tell the people of the town that if you vote for this budget, you will incur in future years?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that how it's phrased?
When I go to the PTAs, when I go to North School, I speak of that and I say the difference is the lease. The lease covers these items here. There's the $5,000 payment in this budget, or $20,000, whatever the payment is that first year. And explain to them that the lease portion of it is in here. If you vote for the default budget, the lease is not in here, and these are the items that aren't installed. And if you vote for the regular budget, then the lease is in here, and these are the items that are installed. That's how I explain it when I go out and someone asks a question on the budget. So yes, I do, because that's been the difference between.
He
the two
does.
budgets.
I think his question might be, does it say that at the bottom of the ballot? Because you do this in the voting booth.
In the sheets, don't we?
We do talk about it. We've talked about it within the last month and again tonight.
No, it would not say it on the ballot. The only way an explanation like that would say it on the ballot would be if it was a separate warrant article. But given that it's considered to be part of the budget, on the ballot, what shows up is the number for the default budget, the number for the recommended budget.
I think we talked about it in public last year to the point of if, for some reason, because there's a number of items that are packaged in these things. Peter rolls a lease. It's not at all like a business where you have to lease a specific item. As he said, he can spend his money ahead of time and then roll it together later. Also, last year, we looked at if we went into a default budget, and that was voted on, there may be certain items within the lease that could be purchased by the board or by the district without, but they would have to be purchased. We'd have to pay, for instance, if we were buying $30,000 worth of bleachers and we absolutely needed those bleachers, we would have to buy them for $30,000. We couldn't finance them for $10,000 for 3 years. So.
Can't do it.
Not through the lease.
That's right.
Dan, do you remember?
I just have one last question relative to health insurance. And your explanation doesn't include, how many staff do we currently have that partakes of the buyout? And we still offer $500, correct, Susie?
That's 663.
The ones that don't take it?
Yeah.
Yes.
The number's still $500
Right,
a
we
year.
pay a $500 rebate. 229 people did not take it that were eligible for a cost of $113,000. $113,950, yeah.
For a cost of $113,000 and a cost avoidance of?
Oh, gee.
Oh.
About 13, so about 12,000 times 229.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So cost avoidance is about 2.5 million,
How many?
229.
Good.
because it's about 12, it's about 13,000, you back out that. Yeah.
Susie, how many people take health insurance?
Well, I can tell you that too. Okay.
2 million people.
Out of,
That's a lot of people.
let's see.
He must have had another question.
I have it broken down. Like I say, the administrators, 80% take the health insurance. Teachers, 74%. Allied health, 66. Custodian, 87. Support staff, 51. Non-affiliated, 66. And the take.
That are eligible.
My point is that $100,000 saves us about $3 million, to Brian's math back here.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that number is also expended in the health insurance line.
Yeah, there's a health insurance other.
Yeah.
That picks up that kind of,
Yeah,
no, not the actual health insurance line.
I only bring it up for their edification.
So to that point, if our buyout were in the $5,000 or $6,000 range, or half of our insurance,
Multiply that by 229,
right, so that would be $1.5 million versus
$100,000.
100,000. Okay. Oh, I had you checked up. Yeah, you have a little dash here. I'm sorry. Go
Waiting
ahead, Mike.
patiently. Lots of talk
Yes, you
about
were.
leasing
My
and all
apologies.
that stuff.
My apologies. I didn't get to Dan, and you were after Dan. Go ahead.
These are equal opportunity questions, Nate.
Okay.
We asked I asked the principals about the administrative part of their organization, so I'm looking at your little chart here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Which page are you on?
226. Office support. So a couple questions, because, as an outside observer, you kind of ask these questions of yourself. In this particular case, anyone who's an administrative assistant or office assistant works the full year, yet when the principals came up, they had some folks who worked school year, some that worked full. So I'm looking for some kind of explanation as to why there's a requirement for everyone to be full year in an administrative or office capacity, given the school year fluctuation, et cetera.
Absolutely, good question. Let me start with what would probably be the easiest. Director of Buildings and Grounds. A major portion of the work that's done by Buildings and Grounds, the heavy lifting, so to speak, and the ordering of supplies and so on, occurs during the summer. Assistant Superintendent, Office Assistant, we run summer school programs, planning and organization, staff development. It all occurs during the summer. That's why it's important to have that full year position. Director of Pupil Services, extended year programs, planning, development of IEPs, setting up transportation routes, a lot of that stuff all occurs during the summertime. Director of Library, Media, and Technology, again, in-service staff development, ordering, getting everything organized for the summer, checking in orders, all that stuff occurs during the summertime. Business Administrator, Administrative Assistant, full year. That business office just runs 12 months out of the year. In fact, summertime is probably one of our busiest months, including setting up and organizing the schedules for utilization of facilities through the bulk of the first semester and throughout the year. Human Resource Director, okay, I'm skimming that. Receptionist, we get people coming in all during the year, responding questions, filing, doing scheduling, and continue with hiring. Financial man and bookkeepers and payroll clerk, obviously the 12 months position. And again, because of the way our schedule runs, we have a lot of work that is done in summer in preparation for the fall.
Okay. Is there an inverse relationship at all? It appears that you'd actually be busier in the summer, given what you just said.
Right.
Is during the school year, is there less need for what you just explained?
No, then what happens is that the responsibilities and the types of activities to a certain degree flip. So where we're more staff development and planning and organization, ordering and getting stuff out in the summer, we wind up flipping over to more personnel and face-to-face stuff when the school year starts. So in one sense, it's, let me see if I can word this appropriately. As our 1,000 employees leave for the summer, the bulk of them leave for the summer, and most of our students leave for the summer, it becomes more paperwork and planning driven. When school year starts up, we have the reverse of those activities. It becomes much more personnel and student-driven activities. So it's seasonal in the type of work that we have to do. It just doesn't, the level of work just doesn't stop. It varies somewhat.
Okay.
So it's kind of like spring training, then moving into the regular season.
All right. One additional question
Yes, sir.
for Susie, and not to put you on the spot, Susie, but you kind of jump out as the one person who doesn't have their own person. How do you get your work done without an administrative assistant or office assistant? Or do you share someone else's office assistant?
The benefits coordinator.
Okay.
And also the administrative assistant.
So she does two things. Okay, that's a good
She
point.
does a whole lot more than two things, though. She's really busy.
No, but you're actually, you're proving one of my points. Thanks.
This isn't a comment on others in your office, Nate, but Susie does tend to have a bit of energy also.
And one last question for me, just as a general expense line type question. And I think you can get the sense that the Budget Committee, in working with the town last year and the school board, we're always kind of looking for items that, kind of just jump out as kind of common sense types things. If you have a line item that has shown a trend of spending of zero or a small amount, I just can't understand why you would consciously level fund when the data's saying don't level fund. So even if we looked at a small amount of other professional nurse legal under school board services. It was 0 for actual, and year-to-date it's 0. Why put 5,000? It just makes no sense to me.
Which line are you on, Mike? Give me your page.
The second line down on the district, that's 500330 on page 201.
Okay, hold on one sec.
It's just an example, it's not, you know.
Page 201, go ahead.
Second item down, other professional, nurse, legal, et cetera. You see that the
Yes.
last year budget was 5,000, last year actual 0, current year 5,000, current year
Right.
expense 0. And when you hear the word level funding, it's kind of a misnomer.
Right.
It's
I guess
essentially putting it in for the sake of putting it in, unless someone can explain why we would do this.
I guess we look at that one, the professional services line, the one that you're looking for, is, for lack of a better term, is a line item that we keep in there for unanticipated expenses. And what in essence happens with that money, and you see we haven't spent it, that winds up becoming part of the revenue that gets turned back at the end of the year. So if you want to look at it in this particular budget, we look at it as a contingency fund.
Yeah, I'm only going to speak for myself. It doesn't help me deal with budgets very well. I'm looking for anything that we can do to present a lower number to the taxpayer, and
Sure.
I don't like that kind of practice. That's just an individual thing. That's it.
On that point, Nate, should we not maybe combine all 3 line items that we have in there? You know, we have the legal one in the school board services, which is other non-preferred nurse legal, the same one there.
Right.
We've got one in the superintendent's account, and then we have one in the business support services.
Yep.
So maybe to get a more accurate number, because some of these are over those numbers.
Right.
Maybe it should be a single line item for the school district.
Right.
In total, and that would give a more reflective view of what's happening. Is there a re-
Wait, before you go on, but what Mike's saying is you probably go through the book and come up with
Right.
hundreds of them that are like that. And you're just generally against the practice occurring hundreds of times throughout the budget.
Both town and school.
Right.
Yeah, there
Okay.
just seems to be this natural, let's put it back in, and I don't think you do that in the private practice or in your home budget, to be honest with you. You know, contingency is usually kind of a one account, but what we see is contingencies in every department. So,
But-
that's just my statement.
I understand. And I guess part of the concern and where we look to balance it, and I'll give you a perfect example. Mike, if we stay on page 203, okay? Under legal professional services, we had budgeted $60,000 last year. Our actual expenditures were $86,000. So in one sense, and honestly, I'm not sure I know how to balance the stuff out. We have a number of accounts that tend to be volatile accounts. So I won't even, special education tuition is one. But issues like legal services, those can be volatile accounts for us depending on what is transpiring during a given year. So and I understand exactly what you're saying, because I try to convince my children to do it the same way, but they don't listen to me, is saying, all right, if I look back at the last couple of years, I have, my legal accounts, let's say, have been overspent. And I've underspent the other accounts. So the decision then becomes, do I leave that level funded for those accounts that I didn't spend and thinking that I might wind up overspending the others? Or do I just take that money out and then shift it to the other account? So it's a 6 of one, half dozen the other. And I guess what I'm saying is, if I take that $5,000 out, and I understand exactly what you're saying, if I do that to the other accounts, knowing that there's a possibility, or recent past has shown that we've overdrawn, do I take that money and put those into those lines? Okay, or do I keep them there? To a degree, it's a I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, and I understand where you're coming from, and Dave presents a similar scenario. But if we start out the school's budget message with the fact that we have to suck it up for $643,000 for retirement, you got to find something somewhere to offset being asked to suck up that amount of money. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
I understand.
We have a mitigating situation that's that significant. The state tells us we have to contribute $643,000 more. We're in the hole to a lot of money. You've got to do something like that, Nate. Otherwise, you'll never net this out.
Right. And Mike, I don't know if we can net it out, but I do think we have made concerted efforts with the cost avoidance programs that we've put in place to help to offset those increases and for out and out decreases. And I think, I think it's fair to say that we have tried to we've tried to take advantage of all the cost savings that we could, everything from energy to special education programs. No, in our district, probably more than most others, very sensitive to the revenue side, as you know very well. And we've tried to take those actions that allow us to reduce lines or avoid having to spend funding to help to absorb what would be otherwise huge increases in trying to maintain the programs. And I understand exactly what you're saying. And we've tried to do that. And I live in town too. I mean, I get a property tax bill too. But we've tried to do that in the cost avoidance and in the program stuff.
Okay, thanks.
Paul had a few questions?
Yeah, Nate, back on the page Mike starred with the district office support area. Do I recall that in the years you've been here, as far as office assistants go, the only real change has been with the assistant superintendent's assistant?
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have written job descriptions of the various office assistants?
For everybody, yes.
Okay, so I could get a copy of those if I want?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's see, in the high school, the athletic trainer, that's a full-year position. What does she do in the summertime?
Is that 12 months?
It's the cake.
Yes, it is. We have kids participating, the summer programs that we have the kids participating in, so that when soccer and baseball and the other, weightlifting, all those programs, she's there, providing guidance, consultation, and also being first responder to any potential injuries too.
Okay.
And continuing follow-up and support on kids that may have been injured during the seasons and working with them.
Okay, so there's really a 12-month
Yeah, pretty much.
service that
Also, keep in mind, even though school starts a lot of times September, the fall sports will start, well, football will start the first week in August. And they'll
Right.
have physicals and everything else.
month
going
before
on.
school starts, or a few weeks before school starts. Right.
Doesn't she run a training
Yes,
program
there's, yep,
during the summer as
Strength
well
and
for
conditioning.
all sports, conditioning? Yeah.
yep,
Girls and boys.
yes. And the numbers have increased significantly over the last couple of years.
Okay, last thing, probably Bonnie or Brian can answer this, and you could just nod your head, or the office support at Moose Hill, it calls out administrative assistant and clerical assistant. Can I assume that within that, there's some special education service assistance provided, is that built in? Yes, okay, thank you.
One of Paul's questions was in regard to staff member, assistant superintendent, secretary. I know that that's, and you'll find throughout, I've challenged the position and will continue to throughout the budget process, but that is the single position that the board has ever approved since I've been on the board, so it would be 4.5 years. There's been no other position ever approved except for that one, just for perspective for the community. Any other questions? Motion?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
We have a motion
Wait,
to
well,
adjourn.
well,
No.
Oh, Adriana has a question, and Kathy and Donna, we're sorry for being so late, but
Oh,
Dan and I are bringing cookies home,
I got one.
and none of the other board members grabbed them, so.
I think my kids.
Go ahead, Adriana, I'm sorry.
The remainder of the calendar, because I'm trying to put in perspective our budget committee meeting we held December 28th. According to your calendar, you had December 19th as an open budget date, and then nothing again until January 4th, which is a general budget workshop, and then publishing the budget review on stuff. So we can speak as far as like what you want from us, but I can think in perspective, but how do you see everything falling in within those next dates? So I can be prepared at our December 20th meeting.
December 19th has already been filled in. December 19th will be Buildings and Grounds, IT Department, Capital Lease, Open Discussion, and Copiers, which we added tonight.
That would be the conclusion of that.
That's the conclusion.
Review.
Right, that would be the conclusion of the workshops. Then our first here, the date to publish, and we work backwards from the voting date, and that would be the 4th. And that's, Peter, is that the deadline for the submission of petition articles?
Fourth is the deadline for special petition articles, bargaining agreements.
Okay, that actually we should publicize very well then in the community. But we don't have any press here, but, so the last day that people could come in for anything, any special, any petitions, citizen petitions would be January 4th. And is that correct?
Yes.
If they'd like to do so, they need to contact the district, or they may contact the district office, because they will assist them in structuring that document. And then we have our first hearing scheduled for January 11th. That'll be the first public hearing.
Based on my observations, the December 28th meeting, the Budget Committee would be prepared to, compile some sort of recommendation and then have January 4th. So I just want to be sure that that's what your expectation is from us as well, because we have one child.
You don't have one shot.
Well,
We didn't give you one shot last year.
be where we all assemble and. So in other words, we'll be coming to the table with potential recommendations, and the board will be coming all on January 4th, is that correct?
Well, on January 4th, you've got listed as an open or a general budget workshop.
Right. The board has multiple options at its disposal. Depending on what the conclusion is at next Tuesday's meeting, let's say we go through and there's some general discussion. Depending on what direction the board then gives to the administration, we would then come back with the administration's response to the recommendation, like we have in the past, for discussion on the 4th of January. The board could then opt, if they so desired, would be to add additional workshop days, if that's what they wanted to do, prior to that. I think it's the 11th, is that what we got down there? So the board still then has an option, let's say, to have a meeting on the 6th or the 7th, whatever the board's preference would be. Adriana, I think the key is gonna be how far down the line we get next Tuesday, and then for the board to feel comfortable enough to say, you know, this is great as it is, we'd like you to address the following issues, we'd like you to add more money to your budget, whatever the case may be. Which, we didn't want to preempt Mike in what he was gonna say, but, you know, whatever the case may be.
I don't think I'm alone, Nate. That's my sense.
So, and then what the administration's
We don't have
response,
a
so I think
regular
the
meeting on that
key
night,
for the
right?
timing will be next Tuesday. Okay, I mean, that's just my gut feeling.
When are our regular meetings in January?
We have, I want to say the 9th is the first board meeting in January. Is that correct? So, and what board has done sometimes in the past has either used part of a regular board meeting to finish up budget stuff, or basically only had 1 or 2 items on it to finish up budget stuff, depending on where we are.
Yeah, Adriana, if you're prepared to come in the 4th, that's fine, but it looks like we'll probably be having further conversations on the 9th.
Then we'll follow a similar pattern. We'll discuss everything on the 28th, and then if need be, meet sometime in between.
Because we have up until this, we only have, and this is another critical date, we only have up until the 16th for the, that's the last date for any hearings. And we need to hold a single hearing before the deliberative session.
Yes.
Seems like more.
And on the board can, for instance, we have January 11th scheduled for budget hearing and bond hearing. Doesn't preclude the board from making adjustments at that point in time on the 11th also. It all depends on,
I understand, but I think in the past, the Budget Committee has felt rushed at some points, and even some board members have felt rushed when we, if we leave it till too late.
Right, and as you know, Steve, we have to do this in a public fashion, so.
And you have to post it. And
Yeah.
some people actually watch your meetings.
Thank you.
Checks. It's the checks.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion by Dan, second by Ron. All in favor?
Aye.
If you're in this room, you're on the air. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very good. Yes.
So they really like the white paper piece.